Hey, folks. How's it all going? I see we have a little, battle for first in the chat over there. Thanks for jumping on by, Dumpster Dev and Jim. And hey, thanks for coming on by, Nebula Blaster. It does look like, according to my screen, Dumpster Dev does look like be the first one, though. I don't know. I can look at the chat logs y'all want me to find out for real. But, I mean, it could be a second off. But hey, folks, thanks everyone for stopping on by. Today, it's going to be a little shorter one, so no 9 hours, as far as that was. I'm going to be going through how you add these cool automated visualizations, like the snake one, to our GitHub repositories. I mean, it's not my place to decide. Y'all can figure that out on your own. Oh, but hey, Dumpster Dev, by the way, I don't know if you looked at it in the recent, but I did add the second file. Where is it? Because we'll be messing with it anyway. But the downloading thing automatically, it has the option now to separate it into a separate file. So separate files per solution. So it has that environment variable option that you can use, and it will put it in JavaScript 1, 2, 3 for however many solutions you did in the same language of Vocata. Yeah, hopefully. Am I using P5.js? I have touched it in the past, Jim. Yeah, Dumpster Dev. Yeah, because the way it works currently, like before the multi, yeah, is that it made a separate commit per change. So it was like you had a solution, then this was dated, say, like 1, and then you had another solution of the same language. It overrode the old solution, but the 1 was still there. It just made a second commit under the date of 2, or whenever that was. So, but that was all in one file, which is like, it's hard to tell. But now you can tell very easily, and you can change the dates to your heart's content. But yeah, Jim, I'm not using P5.js. I'm actually not even generating the visualizations. I'm more of showing how we can, because there are these cool things like the generation's already existing for us, and we want to use this. But the problem with that is this. Look, it says available as a GitHub action. It throws out this text. It thinks some weird example. It does some this. But unless you know what each of those really means, it's hard to actually fully implement that. So that is basically what I'm going to be showing, from an empty repository to a repository of snake on it. So gotta start with an empty repository first, and before we can start with an empty repository, I have to start the timer. So over here, create a new repository. It literally can be anything. Test repo, please. Ignore. Yeah, of course, Dumpster Dev. I want a public repository, I guess. Test. Do I already have a test repo? Please ignore. GitHub action demo. Oh, select an owner. That was weird. Don't know why that wasn't checked. Test repo, please ignore. Do I use any offline versioning solutions or apps? That's a good question, Jem. I mean, technically, Git is an offline versioning solution. We just synchronize it to online, like with GitHub.com or wherever you want to store your remote repository. But no, besides Git, I don't really use anything different for version control or anything different. Yeah, it's mainly Git. Yeah, that's about it. It's Git. Why, Jim, do you use any different ones, or are you looking for different ones? Perhaps for large file storage, for example? Because I know Git doesn't work, the pure Git doesn't work really well with large, like, giant binary blobs. That's why Git LFS exists, apparently. So that could be, if that's your what you're tackling. That could be an alternative solution. But yeah, so we have a repository. I'm not even going to do anything here. I'm going to create a new file, so I'm not even going to open up my terminal. Edit new file, readme.md, hello world. Amazing. I can add a message, and I don't need a description, using the full web offline. I mean, I do have a number of repositories that aren't on GitHub, for example, like my website. Now, this isn't particularly for a security reason. This is for an embarrassment reason. Like my portfolio, it's fully tracked with Git, but it's not on GitHub because the code is bad. So I haven't really kept any repositories offline specifically due to this. This is a security issue. I'm going to keep it offline. It's mainly been code still bad or stuff like that. Yeah, Jim, I ain't got no magic snake commands yet. But that multiplayer snake was pretty good last time. Though we only got one snake in. I thought about, like, let's make a second one, like, after the stream, but I was like, no, one's enough. Okay, so we have our repository. That's about it. Now we're just going to kind of try to follow the instructions here. But remember, these instructions aren't fully instructable, aka they're not for a beginner. So thankfully they provide an example. We're going to copy this example. So I just clicked on it and it took us to an example repository. We look at this example repository, we can see the snake, and we can see some other stuff, some commits, and we can see a separate branch called output. Oh, okay, I get it, Jim. Yeah, that's a good. I see what you mean there. Yeah, like a command that goes to the clip or the VOD or the repo. Yeah, I haven't thought about adding repository or project specific commands, but that's a good idea. I will add that to my to-do. For now, though, I am your bot. There be the repo with the playable version of the game, and it's the last VOD, so no need to go search. Yeah, Jim, I see. I can see the goal there. Definitely going on my to-do list. But yeah, looking at this example, we can see that on the output branch, they have the actual images. So they're putting the images on the output branch, the generated assets, the SVGs. And then give it some time and it does load in the raw viewer. So what we want to do is essentially what they're doing. Now what they've done is they've created a GitHub action. This is by creating a .github folder, and in that folder creating a workflows folder. So whenever you see this weird syntax where it's like a gray folder and then a white folder with separated with /, that's just GitHub making it convenient for you, showing you the direct path to the first thing that changes or the first thing that has content. So it's technically two folders, and you can tell because when you click on it, you can see the breadcrumb, two folders, and then our content. So we're going to do essentially the exact same thing on our repository. Let's see, create new file, and under GitHub workflows. If y'all didn't know, you can use the repository to create new folders, or use the web editor to create new folders by putting / between words. So it's a pretty neat thing if you don't have an editor or on mobile or something like that. And now what are we going to call the file name? Well, we're just going to go for the example and call it main.yml. Now if y'all haven't heard of YML before, it's essentially like JSON, so it's a textual representation of data, but it's more, quote, more human friendly. It's meant to be more as a configurable option than JSON is meant to be more of just a textual serialization of data you want to send around. So they can both do the same thing, but YAMLs or YML is much more human editable, I suppose. Then we're just going to paste what they have here. And we're done. No, we're not done. I'm going to explain a little bit what's going on here. So we have a name. You can call it whatever you want. And then we have an on. Now these are the things that trigger this action to happen. So these are what you could relate to as event listeners in JavaScript. And if you use certain event listeners, it literally does use the on syntax. So dot on event name, comma, your event handler function. But here, they've commented it pretty well. So this is the cron syntax for running every 6 hours. Now, hey Bombaloni, how's it going? We're just out here doing a little shorter stream showing how to get that snake on people's repositories. Hey Pink Star, how you doing? Out here just polishing up, getting that snake repository looking good. We're making it so people can look at snakes on their GitHubs. Yep, so we've basically gotten so far. We have cloned their example from GitHub Snake, and we are creating our first action. So this is the example, this is ours. Literally copied and pasted it. Now we're gonna go see what this cron thing is that says run every 6 hours. Now how do we know it says it's running every 6 hours? You take the magic string, you put it into this thing, and it lied. That's every 8 hours. So don't write cron yourself. Figure out how this works. Sure thing, Bombaloni. Let me see. Probably this is what you meant, right? The web editor. Is there any changes here? Indent size. Yeah, it looks like GitHub doesn't really give as many options. Hopefully that's a bit more readable. Feel free to tell me if I should increase it any more. But yeah, this is the string. Now, I could spend the rest of the stream explaining how this particular thing works and what it all means, but hey, I'm glad I got a Bombaloni. Yeah, this is a web editor, so all the font sizes are just web-based. Hey! Rascal Flouts. Now you know it, Pinkstar. So, what we have here, let's think for this is a little bit readable. You take a cron string, you just go to like crontab.guru or any other explainer site, and it'll tell you the human version of what the heck that magic string means. So, at minute 0, past every hour, past every 6 hour. Again, this is not a lesson on how cron works, it's a lesson on how to make it work for you. So you copy it, and you mess with these how you see fit. But we are perfectly fine with, I think I'll just do every day, once a day, or something like that. So at minute 0, essentially daily. And GitHub will make sure that it'll run this whenever this happens, so you don't have to worry about the scheduling. It'll do that for us. Now, we have here, they've commented out nicely, workflow dispatch. If you add this allows you to click a button to automatically run it. Very useful. Then we have push branches master. You can kind of read this as it's spelled out. Every time there's a push to the branch, master runs the GitHub action. So they're showing all 3 ways that you can have this triggered. You can choose one, you can choose all. It's up to you. And we have the actual jobs. So this is like what it actually does when all that scheduling and stuff happens. So first you gotta say what you're running on. This is like what virtual machine there is, or what, because you're running on someone's computer. It's GitHub's computer. You don't really need to worry about what this is. You can just use Ubuntu latest. That's essentially saying the latest version of Linux. I don't know what timeout minutes means. I've never used it. You can look it up though. Then we have how we use a GitHub action. You can give it a name if you want, but specifically it's the uses keyword. You can see this is kind of like when you import, well, we haven't actually gotten to importing, but it's essentially the ID and the version of what we're using. So we can see it's GitHub repository name, username, and then an action name. Sometimes there's an action name, sometimes there isn't. Then you gotta give it a version thing. you don't need to figure this out. You can usually go to the action itself and say use latest version, and it gives you this nice string just for you already. So you don't need to figure that out. You just go there, click the button, it gives you what you want. Then we get these things here. These are essentially the arguments to the action. Now, every action takes different arguments, but for this one, it's essentially the username, and then we have this $ double opening curly brace. Now, this is a bit similar to how we use the template strings, where you do $ single opening curly brace, but it's a special GitHub syntax. You can still think of it of essentially templating out the string. There are some built-in variables that you can access, like GitHub repository owner. Like I said, lots of different ways to get these things. You can hard code it. It's, for our purposes, we can just continue using the example. Then we have outputs, which is again specific to this action. It says this is essentially a list. This is how we do list in YAML. This is one way we do list in YAML. It is distribution folder, this file name, distribution folder, this file name, with a little query parameter of palette equals GitHub dark. This essentially generates a light and dark version of it. I'm a fan of being explicit though, so I'm going to say -light, and yeah, so we'll have them named like that. Be very explicit. I'm a big fan of it. And then essentially this is going to do a GitHub pages. So this was one action, generate the snake. This is another action, make a commit to your current GitHub repository. So we're using two different actions in our action. So we got a name here, nice and readable. This is a action. I haven't really used this particular action too much, but if we go to it, we can read up on it. It says a GitHub action to deploy to GitHub pages. Essentially, it makes a commit to another branch with whatever stuff is in a folder. So it's saying, what branch are we committing to? We're committing to the output branch. What stuff are we committing to the output branch? The stuff in the distribution folder. So that's why we put stuff in dist, because we want a folder of like, hey, what folder are we publishing? This folder. Then environment variables, we haven't gotten to that, but they're another kind of argument. They're more higher level, so everyone has access to your set environment variables. We don't need to get into it too much. Essentially, since it needs permission, or it needs the ability to write to your repository, you give it your token. Again, these things are set up for us already. And yeah, so we have this file, and those are all the actions and the magic it does. And now we're going to essentially just commit this file. We don't need to do anything else. Add GitHub snake action, and we're just going to commit a new file. This is how you create and modify actions. And that was it. Now if you go over to the code tab, you'll see nothing much has really changed. But if we go over to the actions tab, which has always been there, just hasn't had anything in it, we can see there are no workflow runs. But if we go to this generate animation workflow, which is the name we gave it, we have the ability to run the workflow. And we essentially do it by clicking this button, and by clicking run workflow. Hopefully this works. But it's essentially telling it to start running that code that we had written. And eventually, there you go. It's going to see a manual run. The little yellow thing means it's still in progress. We can go over here, and there are lots of moving parts here. But you can see each individual part of it, and you can open them up to read the logs. For those of you who have rushed ahead and done some back-end stuff or anything like that, you'll know about the logs. And this thing's being angry. Why is it angry? Exit code unable to access. Okay, permission denied. Hey Rufio, yes, it is it is always my repo name. Thanks for stopping on by. Yeah, if you didn't catch it, essentially I'm walking through how to get this snake on people's repository using the fancy GitHub action. And as usual, it's not going perfectly according to plan because we have an error. Hey Rufio, yeah, I'm glad you made it too. Decided to do a little shorter one just because I saw a number of people like over 2 days. People, because I was trying to help in chat, like, oh, their GitHub action's a little weird. We need to do this and this. You need to jump through a hoop and sacrifice something. And it's like, wow, this is a lot more complicated than I thought. Because it requires you to have a lot of foundation information, which if you don't, things like this happen. And this is even once I got it actually set up. So let's see, permission denied. Okay, so the great thing, well, it's not really a great thing, but we are using two actions here. So we generated the snake, and if we look at our logs, the generate GitHub contributions grid snake, no errors. This is a good reason why you name your stuff, because you can tell, no errors, it did the thing exactly as it should. This is the one that had the error, push GitHub snake to the output branch. So in the error it's saying is unable to access 403. I don't remember what 403 is. Let's Google it. 403 forbidden. It sounds like a permission error because it is a permission error. Now what's going on here, I'm making an assumption here. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in the buttocks. But essentially, way down here, when I just copied and pasted it. Yeah, we're pushing snakes all over the place. So when I copied and pasted it, I was like, this stuff all exists. I don't think secrets GitHub token actually exists though. So I think we need to figure something else out. So their example, again, unfortunately, sometimes the example doesn't always include what we want to know. That's okay, we can. So we have this this is the action we're using here, and cool thing about GitHub is when you're using actions, they make little hyperlinks out of it, so you can just click and go straight to what is it you're using. So let's see, we have some instructions here. Below is a simple snippet. I love me a simple snippet. And then we can say a workflow is available, reading documentation, yay. Here we go, okay. Following environment variables can be used. So this is the one that's being angry with us. GitHub token as provided by secrets. They're really cool. They link to the documentation. How do we look at this? So automatic token authentication. That sounds really great to me. When you enable GitHub actions, Okay, you can use standard syntax, that is what they have. You can use repositories token perform tasks. Okay, use a labeler action. We're seeing the debugging live, folks, just give me a sec. Okay, so I assume this is working. I might need to look into the settings of my repository. Well, there's important stuff in here. Hey Lee, hey, how's it going? I am trying to make snakes work, but I'd be like, I can show how this works. I don't know if I can show how this works because things are already catching on fire. But we'll see what the action is. Let's see. Actions. It's off screen right now because there are credentials. Here we go. So I think I can show this on the screen. So what I had to do is I had to go to settings. Yeah, that's how it goes all the time, Rufio. Because I didn't really prepare this. I was like, I can do this, and we are doing it. Just going through the process. So once you go to settings, yar. Oh, you got 6 R's there. So we got to go to repo settings. Then you got to go over to actions. Then you got to go over to general. So 3-step process, settings, actions, general. Then you gotta scroll all the way down to workflow permissions. And we need to change it from read to read and write. Because we need to write it. And let's see. whether GitHub Actions can create pull requests. Surely it doesn't need to create a pull request. So now we've saved it, we got our lovely saved message, and we're going to run the action again. So this is a good reason why we had the clickable run workflow button instead of just the schedule, because when it breaks, you're like, please run again, give it another shot. Then we go back to all workflows, because this page is not automatically refresh. We'll click the latest yellow one, and then we look at all the magic things. We click further in, we try to click further in, and we look at these lovely logs. It's always fun to watch logs go. So we know the setup is going to work. We know the snake generation is going to work. Here's the moment. Hey, there we go. So it wasn't included in any documentation, but when you're making this thing, when you're using an action that makes changes to your own repository, you have to go to Settings, Actions, General, and enable workflow permissions to give it read and write. It makes sense, honestly, but there was no error message telling me, hey, do you think you didn't do this thing? But that's okay. Again, like I mentioned, this environment, these GitHub Actions, they assume you know quite a bit of information. At least that's how it feels to me. And I already know quite a bit of information. So looking at here, we're on the main branch. Let's go back to the main branch. Lovely main branch. And then if we go to the output branch, which is what it created for us, we can see these two files right here, some images. And we can see a commit was made by the GitHub Actions bot. We see all kinds of stuff going around here. But if we click on it, I clicked on it in a new tab, and we wait, there is my snake. Now it's not very readable because background colors, but that's the next step. So we have generated the snake. Now we need to put the snake on our README, because no one's going to look at the output branch and click on this image. People are going to look at the README, because that's where your repository lives. Now the way we're going to do it is basically the way they did it. And how did they do it? Well, they have an example, so we're going to look at how they did it. Now, fun fact, if y'all didn't know, READMEs, since they're on GitHub, we see them like this. So we see them, the beautifully generated with the fancy links and the italicized words. This is how we see it. But if you click on the README file, and then you click on the raw button, so you gotta click README, then you gotta click raw, then you get this thing, which is disgusting. I did not mean to click that. Hey, Jen. Yeah, so that timer overlay working with my stream. So let me switch this over to code view. So you don't want to click the right button. You want to click this little codey view. This is what you want. Yeah, Markdown can be fun. It's powerful, yet a little limiting. And then you can see this link and this text. If y'all don't know what this is, Bombaloni seems to know what this is. This is Markdown. This is essentially, it generates the HTML from a more writable text. This is text to generate a link for a image link. So I'm just going to go real quick to mine, replace that, drop it in here, change the URLs from that to mine. So we're not plantain, we're rascal2. And we are test repo, please ignore. Where is it? There it is. And I guess we're output. I called mine. Yeah, we're just gonna see what happens. Test commit. Gotta love it. And there it is. So we can see it's now working. And if we are not looking at the individual file, we can see it's working perfectly well here. And if I get a Chrome instance real quick, gotta go find a Chrome browser. So many windows. Then I can show you what it looks like in light mode. I can't show you how it looks like in light mode. Okay. But this is the dark mode version of it. The light mode would also look good. Yeah, yeah, that's the one way to learn it, huh? Trial by fire. But yeah, that is the basics. I'll explain the details, what those last few steps were, after the break. But before that, how do I get my timer overlay to work for my stream? So, the curtain starts getting pulled back. This is, so my stream overlay, this is the thing, by the way, Jim's talking about this timer. So I don't know how to do OBS and fancy overlays and all that stuff. So what I did is I created a React app, so it's basically a web page that I have a video that is full size on. Now what that video is that is a screen share of my other monitor. So it's using the it's using some API where I'm capturing my current screen in this web browser. Now since it's a web browser, I can do whatever I want with it. So I created my own timer component, and I did some React draggable stuff to, so it's basically a web component is the answer, Jim. I can show you specifically, again, behind the scenes, ooh, just tap code, active Twitch, stream overlay. So here comes, so here's the preview of the scenes. So essentially, it's a React application. If y'all haven't seen React, it's essentially a framework / library that makes writing JavaScript and HTML in a reactive way, aka everything keeps up to sync, a little easier for my taste. Essentially, we have app TSX, which this is what my overlay is. So what you're all looking at is an OBS recording of a web browser, which is capturing this thing. Hey Ryan, thanks for stopping on by. Yeah, it's only been a half hour. And yeah, essentially this is a lot of React gibbery juice for basically navigator, get display media, capture my screen at 30 frames, don't capture audio. Once I get the stream, set the video source object to stream. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thanks, Fight Rufio. Yeah. And by the way, Ryan, how's your day been going? I forgot to ask. Yeah, I only did it in React, Rufio, because I don't know how to do it in OBS and Streamlabs. So it's kind of that parable where it's like, if all you have is a hammer, and all I know is React and a couple stuff, I don't know all this OBS and fancy, so I'm just like, I will use it for everything. So yeah, I made it in React, and then the actual whatchamacallit, what do you call it? What do I call it? Not what you call it. So the timer is a React component. So very React mush here again. I'll explain a bit of it. Basically la-di-da-da state management, blah blah blah, to do stuff not working. But the real thing is we have this library that allows you to drag and drop. I was like, I'm not writing that. Import, yoink, set up some stuff. Timing my solution in stream. Yeah, I can see that for sure, Jim. I mean, yeah, that's probably right, Dumpster Dev. A lot of folks know a lot more about OBS and stuff, but I don't know, I feel like I want more fine-tuned customization, and either I spend the time learning how OBS does all that, or I spend what I feel is less time doing it myself with stuff I already know. So I kind of knew how to do this. And then if you're talking about like the visually, how this is visually working, so it's not really a plug, but if y'all seen me, you know. Yeah, for me at least. So this is the same image that you can see on the timer. It is basically this image I found, and I did a hue rotate of like 360 degrees, so the color always changes. But it's not changing on the timer, so what I did was I had the image, then I overlaid the image, absolutely, so they're positioned on top of each other, and then I did a lot of weird logic for animation to make it go the speed that the timer was set in, and CSS gibbery juice. Yeah, John, that was a little plug. And then, so that's like the React half of it. CSS half of it, oh no, Okay, the CSS experts, they're about to lose their minds. Okay, so essentially we have something called a clip path. Now, if y'all haven't used clip path, it essentially says like you're doing some styles, but you can give it like some polygon points of like, oh, I want this to be like star shaped or something. So your CSS effect or your component will only be visible in that shape. Now what I did was I generated 360 degrees of clip paths from the center, like a clock, going in clockwise. So it's the red image getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Again, the CSS experts are they're shaking, they're trembling in chat. I know, folks. I know, Bombaloni, it's bad, but it works. So, right? Hey, cup of tea 2020. I know. You first just like, what am I looking at? You don't have to look at it. There, see? It's not there anymore. There's no bad code. It's all good code. And that's basically how my timer works. Yeah, that's it. And yeah, that's how most of my else, yeah, Ryan, there probably are pretty generators to this. I didn't find one. Or like, I started with the clip path generator for the static, but so like I went to, oh, watch me try to find it. Yeah, Jim, I know. So this is this clip path generator I used. Y'all can use it too. Essentially, I used, what was it? The polygon one? I don't know. Where is it? It's custom polygon, right? So I did clicks and something like this. I don't remember how I did this. I forgot how this site works already. But essentially, I did this in a way that was showing all this, and then I created the two different versions of it, and then I used JavaScript to generate all the in-between values. Well, it was Bombaloni, because, like, I don't know. It's kind of a, much like how I know, like, GitHub Actions are a little freaky and scary. Like, I don't know what I need to know to do what I want to do in OBS. Like, so my learning strategy would basically be learning a whole bunch of stuff or learning everything until I get lucky and learn what I do need to know to do what I want to do. So that's why I didn't go for the OBS solution, because I didn't know, like, I want to do some custom stuff with custom animations. Like, this is all, there ain't no tutorial for this. But yeah, this was, believe it or not, simpler for me, because I, like, after you do this enough time, you can guesstimate, this is going to take me X amount of time. The OBS solution is like, this could take days, and at the end of those days, there might not actually be a solution for what I'm looking for. So I'm like, I'll just go with what I know. And that's what I did. Yeah, it does look pretty alright. And the other screens too, speaking of that, it is break time. So this break screen too, well, I was about to show you this code for the break screen, but then I went to the break screen. So yeah, it's basically, these are all my overlays. They're just different screens over here. So yeah, it's just different route to the timer. So when you see the timer, it's literally just the timer with customizable text. So this break screen, again, it's all React, baby. Speaking of break, it is time to take one. And when we come on back, I will finish up my explanation of that GitHub action and what those last few steps were. Maybe make it a little bit more readable. We'll add another GitHub action. Yeah, Rufia, we know you got a burrito. That's good, yeah. Glad you got it. Yeah, Jim, there are a couple commands. Uptime's like the one that I'm proud of, because it's the easiest one you can't break. Burrito. Y'all gotta have a burrito. Oh, I just found a burrito emoji. Enjoy. There we go. So yeah, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. Get back, I'll explain the GitHub action in more detail. We'll do a second GitHub action, and then Well, we'll probably do a Code Wars, and then some more Code Wars shenanigans. Catch you after the break. One minute warning, folks. Welcome on back. Though by the discussion, it seems none of y'all took a real break. So, what was the decision? Are we going with shenanies or shenanapoos? Shenaninays? What incarnation? Hey, oh come on, dumpster. We gotta be healthy once in a while. Break burrito consumption. There you go, Rufio. Do a poll. Do a poll for what, though? Oh, yeah, do a poll for the shenana thing. Right, yeah. That is a thing I can do now. Okay, yeah, so. I'll go collect them. Y'all got any better suggestions? Or any more? I'll add it to the poll. Open a setup menu to create a poll. What's that button do? Okay. So it did that above chat, so I couldn't actually copy and paste from chat. Amazing. So let's making a list, checking it twice. So lots of scrolling, and yeah, that follow age command, it's literally the string. I'm like, to ISO string. I don't need to do any formatting. There's 1. There's 2. I'm great at copying and pasting, folks. One of my best skills. I think that is all of them. Okay, so I'm gonna figure out how this poll doohickey works. Push the button. Oh. There you go. You don't need to see that break screen anymore. There we go. We got shenanigans, and shenanies. What are we calling him? Yeah, we'll leave it open for... Oh, I would change it to 1 minute, but OBS is like, you want to open a drop down? Good one. No opening drop downs for you. So it's going to be 1 minute, unfortunately. There you go. Feel free to do the needly in the poll. 15 off Grubhub. Oof, cancelled. I mean, still got burritos at the end of the day, so it's a win-win, win-win. Okay, so that last bit of the workflow went through a little quickly, so I'm going to make it a little more readable. So this is essentially what we did at the end. Let's make this a lot more readable, because this ain't readable at all. Like, even the syntax hiding is like, give us a minute, we can't figure out what you wrote. Okay, so this is the alt text for whatever it is, the image you're linking. The exclamation, I can already tell, let's zoom this better. The exclamation point makes the link an image. So if I change it without an exclamation point, we just get hyperlink. With exclamation point, embedded image. Okay. Shanays. There we go. Shanays it is. Y'all won. Wow, looks like it was almost a blowout, yeah. Barney and Friends song. Hey. I mean, it was close. You had 2 of y'all, but Shanays. Oh, I think I just got it. Is this just like a different way of saying Maymays, but Shanays? Oh, I'm so slow on that one, I think. Okay, so we have the alt text for the image, then we have the URL of the image. Now, how did we get this? Well, we copied it from the example. But how are you going to get it if there's no example? So let's demonstrate that right now. Let me start my lovely timer. What would we do without it? So first you want to find the file that you want to directly link, aka hot link, which we've been through the HTML, we've been through the CSS. We know a little about what hot linking is. So if you go to the thing, aka this lovely image, and you click on raw, it opens up in another tab, and we're all blinded. But we can see in this URL, we have raw.github user content, and then this giant URL. This is how you get a direct link to an asset or a file or whatever in a GitHub repository. And it is a direct link that you need to embed images. Lee, I wireframed the concept. So I have the wireframe for like the entities that will live in the database, the interactions, the features. I've wireframed everything but the Figma style wireframe because I don't know, I don't really like I don't know, that's kind of my design thing. I know the very core things of what I want to do. I don't really care how it looks. I care how usable it is. I care how the layout is, but I mainly care for usability. Yeah, okay, I need me a sound effect. I got adding that to my list. Yes, Pink Star, I am mind framing. Let me think, what did I miss? I thought there was something there. Okay, my eyes are failing me. Yeah, I need to figure out how to increase the font size in OBS, because that is not fun looking at. Essentially, we have this here URL, and then we have some special stuff. So this is GitHub specific syntax. Yeah, Pink Star. That you can say Octothorpe GH dark mode only, and Octothorpe GH light mode only. Now this is relatively new, aka within the last year or two-ish. And there it is. I was trying to like, what did I miss? Shanae Bowser? I don't know. I'm doing this on another tab just to see. Oh, it looks like some singer person. Looks cool. Obviously, I'm not cultured enough to know what they did, what they're known for. But yeah. Shanae Bowser. I mean, I'll definitely have a listen to them after. Oh, is that for the pronunciation, Jim? That would make sense, actually. Shanae. Well, it'll be Shanae, and then maybe we'll have another poll once I figure out how to pronounce it properly, folks. But for now, so we have this GitHub dark mode and GitHub light mode. And what this does is, if you're on light or dark mode, it'll only render the one you entered. So if I remove the magic Octothorpe, and 50 styles genre, yeah, like I'll definitely have to check it out. I mean, if it's 50s, it might be public domain, or I don't remember the rules, so it might be what to add it to the playlist. Okay, and that's not working. GitHub contribution snake light. There we go. And there you go. Now we're seeing both of them. Maybe I forgot how to set the snake. Yes, Pink Star. So there is one more I will be adding. Now, again, these are GitHub action-based generators. So that's kind of the ones I'm showing. I've only found 2, but there is another one that's not snake. It's called GitHub 3D Profile Contribution Graph. And I know what it's called because I'm just figuring out what it's Google. And this is the second one we'll be adding, which, yeah, I think we've gone through all there is to go through on this one. Let's leave this page. So on review, we create the GitHub action. The action runs whenever you want it to run, and then it pushes the stuff to the the output branch, and then your README, this here, it takes images from that output branch hot linked. That is basically the way that we would want to do it. Yeah, not snake. We are going for not snake. So what we're going for is GitHub Profile 3D Contrib. Now, I'm going for this one because this is the only other one I found. So this is literally the only other one I found. It can generate these 3D little cool things. I don't know, they look nice. Specifically, you can do dark theme 2, and you can even do this rainbow one. This is the one we're going for thematic purposes, but you can customize this to your heart's content. And yeah, there's a lot more you can do to this. You can customize each color. Like there's this image, the Lego one. This is done with like a bitmap setting. Very, very in-deep settings. Like, I wouldn't know how to do this, but this is all configurable somehow. So you can they made Legos out of this thing. I don't know how they did it. I mean, I know how they did it. I looked at the file and I was like, I'm not looking at this file anymore. I don't understand any of it. But, like I said, this one's a lot more customizable. But, yeah, it's kind of how your choice is. I'm going with, we're just going to use it and then not do too many settings. Nah, it was good, Jim. It was funny to me. Yeah, and if y'all know of any other ones, feel free to tell me. Anyone else doing wireframing by hand? So I use Draw.io, which is not something you should use to wireframe. It's more of a diagramming thing. It's kind of what I did, but once I do get to the wireframing of the actual site, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'll go with Figma or manual stuff. But again, I don't see it in my head, so I don't know what I'm putting on paper yet. But yeah, let's go through the instructions on this one. You see, this one, different instructions. They tell you to make a workflow file. So then they have, similar to before, 3D contributor, blah, 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 blah. And then we have something here, uses, sorry, I'm trying to read here. There you go. So this is the part we want to use. So this is where we're taking the Legos we need, no pun intended, and using it where we want to use it. Because we want to use both of them, because snake just ain't enough. We can't do just snake. We got to have snake and the Legos. So into the file. Again, using all the, haven't even touched the code editor, haven't even cloned the repo. Just using the web editor here. You can do it. So if we scroll on down here where we see we're generating the snake, we're just going to paste in this, what we copied. And formatting never works the first time, so we have to align it up, and I wish we could get that thing to go away, but apparently not. And now we can see we're using this action with their version number. Let me go and look at this button. Okay, yeah, that is the latest version number. Because when you use an action, you're really supposed to use this thing, because it will give you the latest one, but luckily the example is up to date. So now let's see what we have. Then they commit and push, which they're not doing it. So they're doing it a little different way. The other one, the example is using GitHub Actions. This one is using literally adding the stuff and running the commands one by one. It's a different way to do it. Interesting. I'm trying to figure this one out. Okay, here we go. The profile image is generated with the following paths. So it looks like there's no customizability here. It's putting it in this folder, and that's all we can do about it. Now, how are we going to handle this? Well, we can look at our current action, and you see we're pushing the dist folder. So if instead of the dist folder, we push the current folder, which if we remember are usages with relative paths or usages with command lines, the current folder can be represented with a dot. So if we don't just push the dist folder, but we push the current folder, then hopefully this will do what we want it to do. Now, unfortunately, like, if y'all are thinking like, well, I'd rather test these actions before just sending them out into the wild, there are tools to run it locally, but I don't know how they work. I mean, I know how they work, but they don't work with all actions. So for me, the best solution is keeping it going like this. Just run it on the web and live with the actions. You can always delete stuff afterwards. So yeah, we've made this change. We've added these 4 lines, uses, action name, add these environment variables because that's how they want us to use it. Then we can click start commit and a button add 3D graph. Amazing commit name, folks. Then now that we've done it, I don't think anything happens. Yeah, nothing really happens. So we have to go over to our generate animation and run workflow and click this button. Now again, this will run by itself at midnight, but it ain't midnight, which is why it's not running by itself. Now we're going to click on this and just have a looky-loo around, just to look and see what's going on. It's kind of an exploratory action. Yeah, Lee, I wish I could just snapshot what's in my head too. But yeah, I mean, I will submit a wireframe. It's just going to be basically stick figures and MS Paint, and I would like this color to exist in this general area. There we go. So it ran the thing, and we got no errors. So we can go look and see what did it do. So the way we find out is we go to the branch it did stuff on, the output branch, and we see we now have 2 folders. We have the dist folder, which has our snake in it. Happy slithery snakes. Then we have the profile 3D contrib folder, which has all these generated templates. Now, these are all the defaults. It did provide instructions for customizing it with a JSON file. Again, to your heart's content, that's a bit above my pay grade. So we're going to go with, well, it's up to y'all, folks. We have a bunch of them, but which one would y'all like to see? So we got the Lego, we got the season, we got the classic green, we got the seasonal, we got the night blue, get the night green, get the night rainbow, and then Legos. So these are all the defaults that we can go with. I think Legos was kind of having a idea. Yeah, Lee. I mean, sometimes the wireframing classic or Legos. Okay. Let's see. So we got the Legos and we got the classic. Well, it's down to these two. Actually, we can no, I can look straight at our examples. So we have get block and green, I think, of them. Let's see. Let's see, I said. Yeah, Legos are a bit more fun. Oh, yeah, and when you get all them green squares, it looks like the floor of our rooms, right? Imagine stepping on that. Now, apparently, that was an active week there. I don't remember. Oh, that was probably my Codewars grind, y'all, folks. That was like, I gotta get up on Codewars. That's exactly what that one was. Let's look at the other one just for posterity. Ah, boring. Just absolutely boring. We're going with Legos, aren't we? It's gotta be the Legos. Now, like I said, you can customize this, like the colors. Like this is all, like this particular action I found super customizable. You'll have to learn a little bit more about how it works, but you can make this your own very much. The toes would be damaged, yeah. Although at this point, since it's almost so consistent, it's like, it wouldn't be that bad. So what we have here, we're going to follow the same steps as before. We're going to click our raw button, and this gives us a lovely URL. We're going to take that URL and be like, yoink, that's our URL now. We're going to go up to our README file, which is on the main branch. Can we make them into skyscrapers? So artistically and technically, yes, we can dumpster dev. So the settings on this like allows for bitmap customization, which is how they wrote the Legos. Like they didn't say preset Lego. Like there is a JSON file of the Legos, but they customized each face of the thing. So there's like 3 faces. Watch, I'm trying to zoom. It ain't zooming. Zoom. Okay, so if I go over here, can't slowly rotate as it grows while the camera swoops down and flies through the towers of code. Well, Bombaloni, someone can make it their 100 hours project to make super cool animations like that. This does not do that, unfortunately. You can do that with web technologies, though. There is something called 3JS that allows for 3D manipulation and stuff. I don't know enough about it to do that, and this little project does not allow for such customizations. But you can see, well, now that I'm zooming in real deep, this is essentially three-toned face. So you artistically, you define this color, you define this color, and you define this color. When I say this color, you define every pixel on here. So it's an array of pixels. It's an array of pixels. It's an array of pixels. That's how they get the little dots effect. I know that because I was like, what's bitmap meme? And VS Code was like, this file is too large to process. That's like, oh no. So yeah, we're just going to use the Legos. We ain't going to make them. So we have our 1 snake. We have our 2 snake. I forgot to save my previous changes, so we're going to call this light. And then for our Legos, we're just going to paste the URL, create a thing. I'm going to call it Legos because we are great at naming things, and put this in parentheses. And if we go to the preview tab, which the GitHub web editor does, VS Code also has a preview tab for Markdown, by the way. We can see, ta-da! Now we are noticing something. Where'd our snakes go? Our snakes are gone. We want both. So what happened was, remember, when we changed that action, we said we're not pushing the dist folder anymore, we're pushing the current folder, which means the paths for the snakes changed. They are now inside the dist subdirectory, which means we need to update our links with /dist. A moving pirate ship. And that sounds good, Lee. I mean, I'm sure like there are some CSS animation experts out there, or like some CSS animation templates we can go with that would give cool stuff like that. But like I said, it's an investment. An investment I'm not familiar with enough to advise you on. But it would be like it'd be very visually impressive. I can already, based on just your description. But yeah, this is the Legos, and now we're gonna make a commit. add Legos contrib, because I can't spell contribution. And there is our readme. Now we've done it once, and that's enough. Now remember, if we go look at our GitHub action, we can look at our GitHub action. Remember, our GitHub action is located inside the .github folder, inside the workflows folder, inside whatever you call it, .yml. And this is our action. So we have 3 ways to trigger it. Workflow dispatch, which is what we've been using. A push to the master branch, which hasn't been working because our branch has been called main, so awkward. And then on schedule. Now this particular cron, for those who weren't here for it, I was just like, what's cron mean? Let's just go to cron tab. You can use other sites. It's kind of like regular expression, but not as terrifying. No one go anywhere. It's not like regular expression. You take the magic string, you paste it at this thing, and we see the explanation at minute 0. I should fix that. So it's at midnight. So this is what this means. Every day at midnight, it will run your action. So this is awkward. I wrote it wrong. So this is hourly, I think. I don't know. Oh, this is super cool. So we all get to learn a new feature together. So apparently, let me try to figure this out. Okay, this is cool. Y'all don't need to go to cron tab or some other site. If you just type the thing in the editor here, how's this work? *-12. How's that work? Run. Okay, so if you hover over it, you can see this little blue line. It's a little hard to see, I know, but it looks like it's right there. And it kind of looks like the red squigglies when you mess up something. But if you hover over it on github.com, it gives you a human explanation of what your cron expression is doing. Ain't that neat? So if it's not doing that, go to some website, paste it in. Otherwise, you can just hover over this thing. It says run at midnight and noon every day. Now I'm just going to run this at midnight every day. You can customize this to your contents to run at most every 5 minutes. I don't think y'all are committing that often to run it every 5 minutes though. So again, this is updating it. Update cron schedule, commit changes. Lovely day, and it's not gonna run because we didn't do anything to make it run. But I'll leave this repo up for at least 24 hours. So next stream I come back, we can see it did do the thing that we told it to do. And that, folks, is how you get you use these cool things like GitHub Snake and GitHub 3D profile contributor view to work on your repository. Now I didn't use like Rascal 2, but it doesn't, as you can see, it doesn't need to be your profile repository. It can be any repository. Again, it's pretty cool, Pink Star. Again, the one caveat and the one thing that no error message really tells you what's going on is if you want your action to be able to write to your repository, you got to go to Settings, Actions, General, scroll all the way down here and change workflow permissions from read to read and write. None of the messages really told me that's what I needed to do. None of the documentation told me I needed to do that. I just had a feeling, a memory-based feeling of like, haven't I done this before? So again, you gotta go there. That's another command I get to add there, Jim. Thanks for finding it, but I shall be the bot. There you go. Oh yeah, yes, technically that's on the socials command. Yeah, I guess I should add a specific command for each social link. There you go. So yeah, that is how we use the GitHub Actions, and technically that's how we use any GitHub Actions. There are lots that do other things like make your code good, deploy your page every day. Another GitHub action, just so like I can show an example that's not generate pretty picture, is one that I'm using for my TechCrunch clone. Let's flash back to that, huh, folks? Remember when we wrote that TechCrunch clone? So I have a GitHub action that also runs on that. You can see it's at the top here because it ran 20 hours ago. That essentially, and this is cool stuff that we'll get into, like cool stuff you can do when we get to the back end perhaps. But what this GitHub action does is essentially it runs a command. So npm run build, it just runs a command. Now, so you see, you can use your GitHub action, like all this weird YAML syntax, all these weird actions, blah blah blah, and then you can run your own code. So this is Node.js. We haven't really gotten into Node.js yet, but essentially this is running your own code, your own JavaScript that can do whatever it wants to do on the back end. So it's basically run your own scripts. You can do this in Python, JavaScript, whatever you want. I went with JavaScript because that is what we're doing. And then what I'm doing here, if you can recognize, oh, why'd the zoom reset? I'm sorry. If you can recognize this, it is a GitHub action push. Yes, Bombaloni, I'm sorry. I caught it a little too late there. There we go. Yeah, so let me go. So we have the base GitHub action. I'm doing this daily at midnight. Then all these things, set up Node.js, check out repo, weird Node.js stuff. Don't really need to worry about that until we learn about Node.js. Am I gonna make a Twitch clone? No, not. That's not my 100 hours project, Jim. I don't think I will either. But oh, when I said TechCrunch clone, yeah, no, it was just the one, because our homework for that time was to make a static clone of TechCrunch. But I was like inspired because I was working with Next.js at the time about all that weird statically regenerating incremental buzzword soup, and I was like, I can do that. Why can't I do that? So that's essentially what I did. Every day at midnight, this runs. It runs an npm script I made. It runs the build. Then it runs the deploy, which takes the static folder and pushes it to GH pages. No, there's no GitHub clone either, Jim. These are the only two clones I'm making, or the only one clone is the TechCrunch clone. And what it does, if we look at it, is essentially right here. So y'all might be able to recognize this. It's TechCrunch. And I also added a dark mode because yay dark mode. Essentially this is my static recreation of it. Very boring. Not really fancy at all. I didn't really put that much into the CSS. I was just like, front page only. Don't click on any of these. I have no idea what happens. But impressively, like the part that I was, no, there's no YouTube clone. There's no other clones coming, Jim. I mean, there will be somewhat. Well, that's kind of my 100 hours project. I haven't really figured that out. But you can see this site was generated at 12:28:57 a.m. by GitHub. So if we look, we'll see how out of date these results are. Well, hopefully we'll see at least some articles that are also loaded, that are synced up. Please don't update too often, TechCrunch.com. No, they've updated. Okay, well, at midnight, this was synchronized. Yeah, Jim, I know. Are there any examples? No? Okay, yeah, but I guess TechCrunch really changed recently. I mean, yeah, I did put a little bit more time than we should have into this, mainly with the styling and the dark mode toggle. I'm just doing this to show, like, some cool stuff you can do with GitHub Actions. You can run your own code that does whatever you want. So this is TypeScript. Basically, it just grabs the stuff from the size and down. Oh no, is my Twitter link broken? No. I mean, it don't look broken. Oh, it's very broken. That's awkward. So it's not the real Rascal 2. It's just Rascal 2. Oh no. Hey, Fitia. Thanks for stopping on by. How has your day, evening, or night been going? Let me try to fix that thing. Basic commands. The real. Oh, where is it? Gotta go full screen on this. Social. There it be. npm run. There we go. Okay, the bot is coming back to life. So currently, Gem, my 100 hours project, I haven't really I mean, I'm kind of just going with one because we need to have one. There we go. I got it fixed. Thanks for checking that one, Pink Star. But currently, my 100 hours project is essentially, so y'all know. That's gonna be awkward. Where's my? Okay, I have to look at my history, but I don't want to show that on the screen for obvious reasons. Sheet. Where's my spreadsheet? There we go. So I have been, if y'all don't know, I've been making these time codes of all the videos. I'm getting there, Jim. Sorry. Rascal 3. No. There is no Rascal 3. It's just Rascal 2. And we don't talk about Rascal 1. Anyway, so I've been doing these time codes for all the classes, and essentially I've been doing this with my user script, which is essentially a web extension that makes these things easier. Currently, until I think of a better idea in the next 2 or 3 hours, my 100 hours project is basically to flesh this out into a fully fledged full stack application with web extensions supporting on all platforms. Hey, that kid Neptune, welcome on by. How has your day, evening, or night been going? So, like, this is what we have right now, but what I envision is essentially, like, you'll have your time codes wherever you're at, like, and then you'll have the content linkable. Now, I can actually just, I'll show you my wireframe. It's not wireframey, but it has the stuff on it. The conceptual stuff I'm about to describe is on the wireframe, aka it's really just, I don't even know, it's not even a wireframe, it's more of like an entity diagram or something like that. Yeah, 100 hours project, there it is. I had to find the file, folks. There we go. So this is essentially what I'm planning to be doing. We have our collection of time codes. So that is for each piece of content. The content can be an audio file, a video file, or a good old YouTube or Twitch live stream / VOD. And then we have the time codes themselves, which are when the time code happened in the content, name, optional description. Then we have, and I haven't really decided on the name of this, event or something, essentially a time code with an ending time. And the features for the site is basically classic authentication, the ability to create whatever I call these collections, view the public ones, update, delete. So we have our CRUD app right there. And then we have export and import and view content with navigable collections. Now that's real user friendly, ain't it? Oh hey, yeah, I'm happy to hear they're helping out there. Whoa, dude. How has your day been going otherwise? I am using Pop OS, actually. It's essentially Ubuntu FITIA. Tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I do not know. It is Pop OS 2004, I believe. One person only dev project. Do I do team project assignments? I'm always open to collaborating and doing stuff together. I've participated in all the group projects on Remo. I've showed up for them at least, not necessarily been successful. But yeah, essentially, I'm gonna make this one. Oh, that's the good catch, Ryan. Yeah, generally it needs to be individual, like Ryan said, Jim. Because it needs to be showing off your. It needs to be showing off yours, like your coding skill, what you can do. I don't think there's a specific rule against doing a group 100 hours project, but I don't think it'll necessarily reflect as positively as a single might. Again, I'm just spouting off my head here. Maybe showing that you can work with a team and develop an interesting app would show, but it might not show it'll show more of your team working skills, less of your individual skills, and it really depends on what you prioritize at that point. I think there's a reason, like we've had the, hey, I'm glad to hear it, FITIA. I think there's like a reason why we've had separate group working nights, and we're going to have more in the future, and why our 100 hours is, as far as I know, an individual thing. But yeah, this is currently my 100 hours plan, and kind of like the core of it is like when you watch a video or your content, you have your little, navigation bar at the bottom for navigating the video, and it'll have the time codes and markers and events all annotated on there, like YouTube does, and this will allow you to both manipulate contents and stuff from the website. So if you say enter a YouTube ID or a Twitch ID or just a little bit of free search functionality, you can showcase or add CRUD, basically create, read, update, and delete collections attached to whatever this content is on the internet or locally, and then I'll go in the MongoDB database, basic create, read, update, database fun stuff. And the more usable thing for those who are willing to invest are the web extensions, which add CRUD controls to native content, which is what I actually already have partially working. One more Chrome browser, it won't crash anything. Twitch.tv, learn with Leon videos. This is what I already have working, partially working. It's working like a pile of cards works, just holding itself together very, very barely. So let me turn all this quality stuff down before I destroy my internet. Oh. Well, this is awkward. I guess Twitch updated at some point. The markers aren't showing up. Okay, but essentially, this is what I'm currently have, and I'll expand this to work on YouTube and other sites. The ability to create and jump between all these different time codes and markers and all this stuff, and it'll be natively as a web extension on the websites that these players exist on. So mainly YouTube and Twitch, because they're the two big ones. And it has basic functionality here, editing, navigation, all that fun stuff. And this is kind of like the, I guess, crown jewel of the 100 hours, the ability to just go to any site and create your own, but specifically to be able to see others. Because right now, for those who are on YouTube, like Who's Dude, you go to the YouTube comments. That's how you see the chapters. But YouTube actually has a native feature called YouTube Chapters, but it doesn't, like, the author needs to put the time codes in the description, which is obviously a let me think, something they have to opt into, and then it's like you can't just have random people being able to modify your descriptions. It's not secure. So this is kind of like a community / anyone can add time codes to any video. You don't need the author's consent or the author's you don't need their permission to do so. So like if there's a video and the author say they're not on YouTube anymore, you can still get time codes added to that video, and you don't have to put them in descriptions or stuff like that and have to scroll down and scroll up and scroll down and scroll up. It'll be built into the player. And I've actually already, so like I already know this is theoretically possible because I was able to hot link into it. Yeah, personal chapter markers. That's exactly. I'm not very good at branding, so they've gone from time codes to chapter markers to bookmarks to time marks. I'm sticking with time codes because that's what Leon called them. So like I don't know what to call them, but that's what I'm going with right now. As you can see, the only thing I haven't really figured out is like what to call the collection, but collection's good enough for me. This is only it don't need to be finished, it just needs to be wireframed, I suppose. And yeah, I'll have the Mongo database, Express server, React front end, and the web extension. But yeah, you nailed it right on the head, Bomboloni. Personal chapter markers. And specifically the suite of extensions, or if you don't want extensions, ability to go to the site and modify them and view them on your own. Okay, and yeah, Jim, I mean, I thought about it like that's obviously what I'm using it for, but technically it's abstract data. So I'm using it, now you saw there on my marker, I was like, optional description, time code, a marker, and yeah, I read the definition of time code, and I was like, not really, because like, what these are, there's essentially video bookmarks or something like that, but they're also like metadata that is attached to a specific millisecond in a video. So it's like time code technically doesn't fall outside the definition because time code contains abstract metadata and all that editing information. But it's like, I don't know. like I said, the branding is going to be all over the place. Usually embedded in the video, Bombaloni. Yeah, timecode might not be it then. Because I did call them markers before. Yeah, of course. Yeah, happy for the explanation, Jim. It's also good for me to go over it and nail things down in my head, so make sure I got it right. Yeah, like metadata, that is kind of essentially what it is, because while I'm using it for when things happen, you can technically just use it as a notes application if you make it private. So it can be like at something or something like that. It's like the data can be abstracted even further to just thing happened at time, and that's basically it. And the 100 hours is the website, the storage of the data, authentication, and the support for the suite of tools, aka just the one web extension that allows you to natively use this on the native sites. But yeah, Bombaloni, I heard, because I floated this in the Discord a bit ago, and some said, like, yeah, I would use this right now if it were an extension. So it's like, the only reason I'm reluctant to use it as a 100 hours project is I don't feel like it can be visually impressive enough, but hopefully with enough time I'll make it look good and all that, because I know that's what people see. They're just going to see the front page and be like, this is neat, what's it do? That's it, I'm 6 seconds is over, you know? But yeah, I like it, and like everyone mentions, something you're passionate about, and I would say I have been passionate about this. That's for sure. So yeah, that was that explanation. We got through this explanation of how to use GitHub Actions to generate assets, and that is break time. At the end of our break, we will be doing a little bit of Code Wars. We'll do one Code War, and then we're going to do some Code Wars automation. So, everyone, be sure to, if you can, stretch, hydrate, and relax. And I will catch y'all at the end of the break. Thanks for the applause, Jim. 1 minute warning, folks. Sure, come on back. Come on back. A page that shows the timestamps of videos the user favorites or recently watched. Yeah, that would be a good approach in Neptune. Kind of like a personalized dashboard or personalized thing of sorts. And like, I guess I will do that. I'm just, like, when I say visual, I mean like visually impressive, because I guess technically the impressive part about this, or the most technologically achieving part about my 100 hours project, is the web extension and the native integration with the pages. And the second most is essentially basic CRUD functionality. Hey Ryan, thanks for the hydrate. I will do that right now. Yeah, appreciate that, Ryan. Oh, of course, Jim. I'm happy to edutainment stream. Yeah, I mean that's good for me. Happy to, like, I wanted to show, because I know a lot of people were like, we want the snakes, but the snakes were like, you need a PhD to add snakes, and it's like, what the heck? So I just want people to, be able to access them a little easier. And yeah, thanks for coming by and being positive yourself. Catch you next time. And yeah, Neptune, definitely gonna go for kind of like a visual dashboard of like interesting timestamps added to videos, timestamps recently added, and a little customized, like maybe you follow certain timestampers, so you can see when they make timestamps on a video or something like that. And maybe I could, this would be a little more advanced, hook into the streamers you are subscribed to and show you recent videos that have been timestamped, streamed by that streamer. So if you are follow, I put the wrong words on. So if you're following, like Learn with Leon, for example, whenever someone makes a marker collection on one of their latest videos, it'll kind of be on the top of your quote feed, kind of like you have a Twitter feed. And similarly, the same for YouTube. You can authenticate with YouTube, and then YouTube, like, it'll go through your subscribers, go through their latest videos, and check if markers have been added to one of their videos and that put at the top of your feed. So yeah, like I thought about those things in Neptune. I just feel like, again, that'll show off some API usage for sure. I don't know. It's kind of like the thing where I don't know what I want, but I feel like I don't have the, shininess factor, like what I see with a lot of other projects. But yeah, I'm still not. I know this is going to be a good 100 hours project, nevertheless. I don't know what I'm looking for, basically, but I know I don't have it, or I feel like I don't have it. So let's do ourselves a Code Wars. Let me set ourselves the, how many minute timer? 10-minute timer. See if I can get this done in 10 minutes. We are going to prep, as always. Prep. So what parameters are we getting? Given an array of integers, so we got integers and some integer, another integer. Output the number of even values in sequence before the first occurrence of fixed element, or -1 if and only if fixed element is not contained in the sequence. So we're given two numbers. First is an array of integers. We can guarantee that these are going to be integers. These are not going to be floats or doubles or anything else, so they're going to be whole numbers. And then the second integer, we can guarantee it's also going to be an integer that may or may not exist in the first array of integers. If it does not exist in the first array of integers, we are expected to return. What are we expected to return? We are expected to return -1 if fixed element does not exist in the sequence. So that is one return if not in sequence. Otherwise, we are expected to return count of even numbers before fixed element Does that include, so is that inclusive of fixed element or exclusive of fixed element? Okay, here we go, we have 6. So 2 and 4 and 6, we're returning 2. So it is exclusive. So it is before, not including. Good. Now, the examples here are pretty good. So that first one was easy. 3. 3 does not exist, so we return -1. 2, 3, 4, 3. 3 again. It exists, so we return 1 because there is one even number before it. And then another 3. The first 3, there are no even numbers before the first 3, so we return 0. Even though there's another 3 and there's an even number there. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Now for the pseudocode. Okay, so it's essentially, so let's just do the brute force way. We'll use index of, so get index of fixed element. If index equals, I'm getting there, -1, return -1. So if it's not in there, get rid of it. Otherwise, we traverse through the array, keeping count of number of even integers seen so far. Traverse array up to fixed element. And then at the end, we return the count of evens. I believe this is some pretty good pseudocode. Let's give this a shot. So we're going to grab the index. Const index equals sequence. Of course, I didn't type that one right. Sequence.index of fixed element. If index triple equals -1, aka it does not exist in the array, we return -1. Otherwise, we traverse through the array up to the fixed element. Now we can do this with a classic for loop. For let I equals 0, I less than index. This is awkward. I plus plus. It's awkward because I named it badly. So this is what? Fixed index. That's a better name. And before this loop, we need to declare a variable to keep our count in. So let even count equals 0, right? Right. And then we're going to check if the number is even. Before we can check if the number is even, we need to get the current number. We can do this by accessing the sequence. Well, accessing, I phrased that wrong. By using the I index to access the ith element in the sequence. And we can use the modulus operator with 2 to see if dividing it by 2 results in 0 remainder. If that is true, then the number is divisible by 2, aka even. So if this is even, then we can increment even count by 1 using the incrementer operator. What's that called? What's it called? Tell me, MDN. It's the increment operator, not incrementor. There we go. And finally, we will return even count. Let's see. Add that semicolon because I need to have there. See if we lucked out. Now it looks good. Hey, there we go. First try. Now this can be optimized a little bit. Let's give said optimizations a chance. So let's analyze what we're doing here. First, we're doing the index of. Now that is a O of n operation, aka it needs to look through every value in the array. And then we're doing another loop, so that is another O of n operation, which brings our operations to n2. So that's how much time we're spending. Yeah, Neptune, first try, thanks. Prep really helps out. Like if I would have just jumped into this, I would have gotten something wrong for sure, but take your time, prep it out. Usually you can at least, if you can't figure it out, then you spend more time in prep, so you do figure it out, the actual approach. Then once you eventually get to the code, the code's not the issue, It was like figuring out the logic behind the code. If we shouldn't use prep in interviews and we get used to using it, what do we use in interviews? Let me read that again. Sorry, Pink Star. If we shouldn't use prep in interviews and we get used to using it. Okay. I think Pink Star. Tell me if I read this wrong. Like, we are supposed to use prep in interviews. We're just not supposed to like what I did. PREP. You're not supposed to write out the prep kind of with PRE and P. You're supposed to, like Neptune said, it's supposed to be in your head, or if it's a whiteboarding interview, then like Leon said, this is the whiteboard, you're supposed to put your notes kind of like in a side section of the things of prep. But yeah, like Neptune said, don't say PREP, REP. Like, this is the spelling that we'll need to like actually spelling out prep and listing things. That's what we're training, like we're doing it now kind of like as a crutch to force us not to skip through anything. But eventually we get to a point where we don't have to write about prep, but we still do all the steps in our mind, or if it's whiteboarding, we write down limitations of stuff. Yeah. I mean, I guess it is a little boot campy. I don't know, it's just showing the secret sauce, and if you're showing the secret, it's less impressive, I guess. I don't know if Leon got that far. I am sure it looks good, Bombaloni. I'll check it out after I optimize mine a little bit. And the optimization I'm going to make, because right now we have the array. We have the lovely array. Index of goes through the entire thing, all the way to the end. Then I loop through the entire thing. So I loop through the array twice, or computationally I'd run through it twice. I'm thinking a better way to do it is to go through it, the entire array length, and check if I found, so I put current in a variable just for reusability, and then if current equal, I'm trying to think, equal fixed element break. Well, we also need to do more stuff. What stuff do we need to do? I don't know. So I'm trying to optimize this a little bit. Yeah, Pink Star, once we get there, we can talk it out or mental math it out. But yeah, on step 7, you got me. We're on, we got a lot more to get through before you can even expect to be of this, like, do it all in the head skills yet. So yeah, you're on your way. And hey, you're starting with prep so early, you're definitely going to be more prepared than the rest of us who are starting with prep now. And say found equals true, break. Otherwise, we say if current, then we do this thing. There we go. We'll let found equals false. Then we return if it's found, then even count, otherwise -1. Yep, it's just, you just took the words right out of my mouth, Neptune. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Just keep it up, keep practicing, keep the consistency, and you'll get there. I mean, like I said, you're already ahead of the curve by using prep so early in the class. So I made a little modification here. It's not that much. I added an extra boolean to say if we are found, or if we found this stuff, basically. And I say once we find the fixed element, we mark found as true. So instead of traversing through the array multiple times, we have the array and we go through it just once, both for searching for our index and for counting the evens. So while we go through this, we're still counting the evens up. But if we go through all the end and we never found the fixed element, then we take that even count and we just ignore it. So this is a little more optimal. The code's a little bit more, there's more in the code, but it's more like if you had an array of 1 billion elements, this will run faster than the other one. With that, let's look at the Code Warriors, and then we'll check out Bombaloni. Oh my lord, what are we looking at here? Even numbers before fixed, so we did this. we did some binary operations on the. Oh, what the? What? What are they doing? Hey, DM Bull, it's going good. We got through, hopefully, how to get those cool graphs on our GitHubs. I know, Bumbaloni, that ain't yours. I didn't mean to say that. I was just looking at what everyone was saying. Yeah, I'll check out yours now. There we go. So we have xidx sequence index of. Then you get the array by slicing it. Oh, that's kind of like what I did with my for loop, but the more cool functional way about it. If the sequence doesn't include x, return -1. That's basically what I written, but using index of. Then filter the elements in the array that are not divisible by 2. Oh, you've been on this site for too long. That's some Code Warrior tomfoolery right there. That's some what was it? Shenanigans? Shenanigans? I forgot the pronunciation. Hey, yeah, you get that draft PR. But yeah, this is some fancy stuff. Then you do the length, and you do or 0. I don't know if we need the or 0 though, Bombaloni. But besides that, this shenanigans. Thank you, Pink Star. I was like, oh, we did a poll for this and everything. What am I supposed to say? Shenanigans. But hey, this is some, yeah, like I said, there's some shenanigans in here with this even check. I understand it, but you are a true Code Warrior. But yeah, I mean, basically exactly as my first solution. Just using a more functional approach, which some people like, some people don't. You'll find out when you get to your job what their style guide is. If they're more fan of slicing and filtering, or for loops and variables. But yeah, it's very nice. You should have picked shenanigans. I didn't pick it. I polled for it, Pink Star. You know what? I mean, we can make this a regular poll, but I don't know. I kind of want to respect the vote, you know, democracy and all that. Shenanigans is good. It's good for now. Maybe we'll go with another poll next stream. It's the word of the day. How should I say it wrongly? But yeah, this is a good one. I'm going to vote it. And actually, I'm not going to vote it. I'm not going to vote on it. Because the next thing in the stream is the automation of these darn votes. Because I've heard twice now stories of people going back through all their katas having to vote. Because I'm going to automate it, Pink Star. I'm going to automate the vote. So yeah, we did the one code word problem. Now we're going to do the Code War fanciness. Yes, Pink Star, we're going to automate it. And it's going to be done in a way that y'all can automate your votes too. So, yeah, Bumbaloni, I can see what you were doing there, because you're essentially protecting against it not being, like the length being undefined or the array not existing. So I recognize the purpose of its existence, but I guess you've been betrayed too many times to be like, no, I'm going to be safe rather than sorry. Nah, I'm no mad scientist. So we'll start off by setting the timer first, because that was a good Code Wars, and it is time to be healthy, start our 25-minute timer. So here so this is some spaghetti code, so preference. Nah, Bambaloni. I mean, I tried to break it down, but yeah, I mean, everyone's got different paces for these things. But I mean, hey, you did great, so you shouldn't knock yourself for any of that. You still did great, and you don't have to keep up with me. Like, I'll go back if you'll post a solution like 2 hours later. I'll go back and check it out. So don't feel like you need to rush the bad code. But then again, on the other hand, it can be a good practice running against a clock, or a human clock. I guess that's what I served at that point. But yeah, I mean, don't feel like you have to submit it before I do the thing and all that, because I'll go back and watch it and check it out and review it with you. But yeah, so these are my Code Wars scripts. Get remote -v. I'll drop this in the chitty chat. Yeah, I mean, that is the point, so I could definitely see why you were rushing to that, because you try to do your own solution, but then try to see my process. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if y'all got any suggestions for other code words, I'll definitely do ones y'all suggest. But that was just the one I found. I was like, this one looks reasonably achievable. Oh, yeah, so there's the repo to my Code Warrior scripts. I mean, for that much Bombaloni, I'd say you'd be pretty good pace then for sure to be able to do it and consume the stream. But yeah, so we have this Code War scripts, lots of fun stuff in here. Now I was like, we're gonna use the fetch, like we got a big fetch here, and we're gonna shove in headers. We're gonna be able to automate it by saying what the vote is. We can't do that. Code Wars, they have protections and anti-automation measures that prevent us from just making fetches with stuff to the server. It's sad, but it's not something that like it happens, you know. That don't mean we give up, though. That means we persevere and we think of another solution. That other solution, I like to call, well, I don't like to call it. It's called web drivers. What is a web driver? It is basically Playwright. So this is the particular one I'm going to be using. It is a way to programmatically automate a web browser. So reliable. It's also good for testing. Like if you want to test your full stack site or your front end site, you can automate a web browser to do what users want to do. But if you're not testing, you can just automate actions. So like right now, I'm already automating an action called fetch credentials. This essentially allows you to, after you give the script your email and password, it launches an instance of Chrome. It opens a new browser. It opens a new page in the browser. Apologies, let me zoom in. Yeah, Bombaloni. I've had this script, I think, since like maybe the second week we started the Code Wars. I was like, I'm going to throw this together. Yeah, and Dumpster Dev's been helping me a little bit develop it and catch some bugs. So it works. It should be working reliably. I mean, yeah, this is a kind of, it does a lot of things. So let me look at the README. README. So it can do a bunch of stuff, but it's various scripts from saving just generalized data. There's a guide if you want to download your solutions, get your files, get your clan stats. It even can generate a backdated Git repository based on when you actually submitted your solutions. No, it's not Bombaloni, but that would be an interesting feature to add. So right now it downloads all your solutions, like everything on your attached to your username, but what you're suggesting is literally the last solution. Because this is the page it goes through to basically look at. So when you're logged in, you have access to this page / completed solutions, and you can see the kata, the information, the language, and the code of your solution. So this is the page it goes through, and the date. This is important for my backdating script. It uses that date as the commit date of the repository. So it goes through this, and it goes through page after page, and it downloads all of them right now. But Bombaloni, that would be a good feature to add, essentially only downloading the latest. And, actually, that's not too difficult a feature to add. So, like, how would you... So literally just like download the latest solution, you would want this in a text file or this in a thing. It can push Codewars to solutions by date created to GitHub. Edward TX, basically it doesn't do the pushing, it creates the repository. It's then your responsibility to add the remote and push that repository. So it's not fully automated, but it's automated enough. Doing some 8 and 7s in the Code Wars. Yeah. I mean, you saw me. I did it in the Code Wars and grab it and later save it. Yeah. So for your thing, it might not be like the script might be an overkill for your particular application, Bombaloni. So this solutions page is good enough. Like you go here and you can copy the code with the kata. Grab my latest, save it to a file in a specific directory, and then push to GitHub. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. So grab your latest, save it to a file, push to GitHub. So the push into GitHub isn't something my particular script does. Mine creates the repository with the dates, and then you're supposed to do it yourself. But essentially, the grabbing the latest isn't too difficult. Saving to a file, still part of the easy part. Then pushing to GitHub. Yeah, that would basically just be running your command. Is there any backdating in that push, or are you just pushing it at the date that you're saving the file? Because my script downloads all of them, and then like it wouldn't be difficult to make it only download the last N ones. Let's see, how will that work? So we have, sorry, I was already zoomed in. I was like, zoom. We have download solutions. Yeah, this does all of this. Fetch page, figure out, I gotta remember my code. Yeah, and then my formatters are kind of just, that practice is good. So it's like, it's good about like when it's good to get the practice before you automate it away. I can see that for sure. Echo append, right? Yeah, that's what that is, I believe. Okay, yeah, that's good. So essentially, what mine does, it gets all of them, but yeah, we can slice this to the last N. How do I save these? I'm saving them at some point. So here are katas. Here are total. Downloading katas. Lovely. Format katas. I say JSON. Yeah. I know that feeling. Like when it's like, it literally takes more time to do the whole GitHub process than to do the car in the first place, right, Bombaloni? Yeah, I know that one. What's going on here, Damble? Well, basically, so we kind of finished our GitHub repository of going through how to test repo, please ignore. Yeah. We created this test repo, please ignore, and we went through how to get the GitHub actions to automatically generate these cute little pictures for us. Did some Codewars, and now I am automating the voting of Codewars, and perhaps the limiting of Codewars. So right now I'm adding some functionality to my scripts, which are up in the chat somewhere. Oh, they're right here on my terminal. Because right now this is my script that downloads Codewars and does all the other Codewars automated stuff. Yeah, Bombaloni, I see what you mean. Yeah, you definitely want to have it. So this might be, like, obviously, you might not have the time to do it, but this would be a cool thing to kind of flesh out your own feelings in. I mean, we haven't really learned Node.js, so you probably want to learn Node before you try to go scripting stuff around. But yeah, let's see, format katas. So these are all my katas. I want the last N, so, like, I have this JSON argument here. Hey, yeah, you go ahead, Neptune. We'll still be here, hanging about. TypeScript, yes, Damble. This is TypeScript. I love me some TypeScript. I mean, it's just scripts. It's no environment, so yield, tsconfig, just a bunch of scripts lying around, you know, for, like, downloading solutions, formatting solutions, downloading clan stats, fetching credentials. This script that kind of works to estimate honor and score, but doesn't really do that much. Yeah, I mean, I still have to write regular JavaScript now and again, but I know you're feeling. So let's see, we have format katas. I think the formatters is what's going to take the number, like how many actually to add, temporarily to learn new state management. Did the particular state management library not have types or something? Or that's the only reason I wouldn't use TypeScript when learning a new library, because I find adding a TypeScript helps me learn the library more, because I can see the types of things. Let's see, what am I looking for? I'm looking for things. What things am I looking for? I'm looking for a formatter. And here we go. First solution of solution sorts. So these are all my solutions. Now here we go. We want to get the last N katas. Yeah, I just wanted to, okay, and that's cool, that's cool. Yeah, I can see that. Dan Bull just wanted to pick up on it rather quickly. Because, yeah, there's a bit of upfront investment. But, yeah, if you were just learning the concepts without the project actually going anywhere, I could see why you just wouldn't bother getting it set up at that point. Okay, so we have katas. Now, the thing about... So, there's this weird dichotomy of, like, balance of things. Yeah, I mean... It slows you down the, what's it called, front-loading cost. That's the technical term. But it speeds you up in the end eventually. Okay, so now I have to think about this, because there are katas that are dated, then there are solutions that are dated, and what I want to do, what I want the script to do, is to grab the last n solutions. So I have all the solutions in this lovely array, and then I sorted that lovely array, and I sorted it ascending. So I have the oldest first, the newest last. So how would I flip that around to get the last n newest? Okay, so this is a good prep situation. I'm kind of just going to do this on the terminal because goldfish memory here. R-E-P. So what do I have parameters? I have an array of things. A number for presenting the last n things to grab. Yeah, I see what you mean, Dan. Well, standing on the shoulders of giants, as you'd say, right? Because everything's already set up. So I'm like, yeah, every time I go for like setting it up, getting the TS config, pulling the sources, all that stuff, it is a lot of investment. And if the project lives long enough, then yeah. But yeah, it's been spoiled by all the Create React apps and all the frameworks that literally make it easy as just add TS to the file extension and you're done. Return the last n things from the array. So if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a number of 1, I should get 5 in an array. It needs to be in an array. Let's make another example here, folks. So if I say the last 3, I should get 3, 4, 5. Okay, those are some good examples in my book. Pseudocode. Let's see if we can handle this. It's going to be some magical slice. I know it. I know there's some magical slice. Ooh, and first let's update our parameters. An optional number with the last n things to grab. So if there is no number, then I want all the things. So 1, 2. So if there's no number of last n things to grab, I want all the things. Good. Let's get that pseudocode on the road. Which is kind of... It's less pseudocode, more of how does slice work again? So slice 0 last 1. Oh, that's not how we do that. Let me try to... Can we zoom? Okay, we get one level of zoom here, folks. So I get the screen real estate. So if we slice from 0 to -1, I'm removing -1. Hey, no, thanks for stopping by, Dan Bull. Hey, the past 3 hours, you definitely deserve yourselves a long break. And yeah, I mean, I'll be around for a little bit up until class time, probably like half an hour before class time I'll be off. So yeah, catch you then or catch you next time. Either way, thanks for stopping on by. Thinking of that, I do need to check something. Checking a thing. What's up? Hey, CHX. What is up with you? We're doing some Code War automation. Let me turn that thing off. Yeah, no other 100 devers are on. Mewtwo is on, but they're only if they're a friend. So yeah, what I'm doing here is, so what we did before, we went through in the beginning of the stream, we went through how to automate this whole magic working using GitHub Actions. So we automated the addition of snakes to our repository and the addition of this thing, the 3D version, the Lego version, as everyone voted on, to our repository using GitHub Actions. So it runs every 24 hours. You don't even need to think about it. And then we did some Codewars, and now I'm adding a feature to my Codewars scripts that allows me to only download the last N solutions, and I'm figuring that out. Yeah, CHX, it's pretty cool, because you need to use GitHub Actions, so that was kind of the hurdle for a lot of people, I heard, because the heck are GitHub Actions, and these instructions don't really instruct that well. So we kind of went through it from scratch, ran into a bug or two, found a secret setting you needed to turn on. Spoiler alert, if you want this GitHub action to be able to modify your own repository, you gotta go all the way over here, and sorry for the zoom, you gotta go all the way over here and click this little bubble to say read and write permissions, and the errors don't really tell you need to come here. They just say permission failure, so you kind of gotta either remember, like I did, like I've been here before, or Google it to heck and back. but besides that, we create a GitHub action that runs every day at midnight, does the pushing, and pushes to a branch that we can directly hot link our README images from. And I'm leaving it here so we can, whenever the next stream is, I'll come back and be like, look everyone, it worked, or look everyone, it didn't work, here's how to fix it. But now, we're, like I said, getting the last N of an array. So slice to last N of an array. 0 minus 1. What if I did dot reverse? And then I slice from the beginning for 1. 1, 1? No. Thinking thoughts. 0, 1. Okay, this seems to be right. So 0, 0. No, 0 undefined. Okay, I think I have a solution. So we can see I can give it undefined. It gives me the entire array. But if I say 3, it gives me the last 3. So I do the slice, then I do another reverse, and this should be what I'm looking for. Okay, so the code is dot reverse dot slice the number dot reverse again. Very efficient. All the code weenies in chat, they're like, good job, that's very efficient, because we are reversing, slicing, and re-reversing. Now we get to actually implement that. So last N solutions, these are sorted, reverse, slice 0, last N dot reverse. Now last N is something we need to get from a variable. Const last N equals process argv. We haven't learned about this, but when you're running a JavaScript on a node environment, aka out of the browser, process is about stuff you're currently running. Argv is things you pass to the process. So if I say node file name, so this is what we're running. This is an arg1, well, arg2, arg3, nope, I'm bad at math, arg3, arg4 with spaces, etc., etc. You could also use negative numbers with slice. I thought about that and I was like, I did it for a moment. Let me try my example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dot slice. I didn't try on the first one. -1. Oh my goodness, Bombaloni, you got it. I just didn't try enough. So yeah, if you pass a negative number as the first one, it starts from there and it still goes forward to the end. I thought it would go backward for some reason. But yeah, this is perfect. So yeah, thank you, Bombaloni. So yeah, we don't slice 0, we slice last N, and if last N is undefined, it just does nothing. Bombaloni, the slice expert up in here. Yep, so argv find arg. Arg starts with last N solutions equals. So if we find something that has last N solutions or an empty string, so this is like Bombaloni's trick with or 0, but this is where it goes better. Alright, congrats, CHX. Hey, you got a very amazing adventure in front of you. 100 devs class or class in general. Either way, it's still definitely going to be a different good adventure. And we're gonna split after the equal sign to say 1. Now watch me do math. So node, if we have a string with an equal sign and we split after it, how does that work? That's not how it works. We have an empty string or undefined. So if we have a number in this string, then it's 0 or undefined. Huh, that's not doing what I want. Because I messed the string up. Hey, 100 devs class, congrats. I mean, hey, 31, that's still pretty young. Ain't no age. I mean, like Leon said, there are some folks who I believe were 40, 50, and even 60 last cohort who made it through this. So, for the most part, age ain't gonna block you at all. So we have 4, 0. Okay, so this is how I get my number. What do I do with my number? I need to convert my number to a number. Not like that, though. How do I do this? Yeah, this is very much just workshopping it. So if I have 0, let's change it to 4 plus 4. Okay, yeah, this is it. So, again, we're getting very Codewarian up here, but it's the shortest thing. So we have our thing, then we split after the equal sign. We say or undefined. We check on our unary operator to convert the first half to a number. If the first half ain't valid, though, it becomes undefined, which means the parameters are all happy. Now, we are done with prep. We have our last n variable. Whoa, 7 a.m. for you. Wow. Yeah, enjoy that coffee. Enjoy that bean juice. Now, this is a good thing, but I would like to put this... So we wrote some monstrosity of a code here, but we're going to need to use it later, I think. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the classic helpers file. Just going to shove all of our reusable functions in here. I'm going to export it. Again, this is something we'll learn when we get to Node.js. It's how you make things in one JavaScript file accessible to things and accessible to another JavaScript file. Get last and argument equals a little arrow function. There we go. And TypeScript is smart. You gotta love TypeScript. It's like, this is either a number or it's undefined. You don't even need to think about it. So now we can say last n equals get last n argument. And VS Code, so smart, it automatically imported it for me. Like we go up here, we see it just added it to the import. Smart VS Code. So now we do that and we slice the last n. Now this is good, and we can put this somewhere better. Where better? I guess technically right here. It's as good a place as any. Don't even need to be a variable. Look at that. That's a good place. Now we want to duplicate this for my other formatter, because I have 2, so yay. Now let's see how we want to do this logic. Gotta think thoughts here. So we have all this. So we have all of our solutions. Where do we process them? For date solutions of all the things. Ooh, man, this one's a little bit more complicated here, folks. Okay, guys, I gotta zoom out one step to figure out what I am doing here. Oof. Okay, so I'm putting it on the formatting side. Maybe I should put it on the downloading side instead. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Okay, so let's see. We have if there's a commit per kata, and go through for every sort and add katas. Solution, sort, map solution gets the kata added to it. Acceptable. So this is all our solutions essentially. And this is a one looper for date solutions. Okay, so that's one thing. Then we have the other thing, which is, so that's our if we commit to kata, else we don't. Here are our solutions. Languages solutions. Okay, again, here is our sorted with katas. This is where we do our last n. Okay. Whew, had to look at some old code here. I did not write that. Very readable. at all. But we will figure this out. Well, I've kind of figured it out. Just got to put it into code now. So it is of this. So these are all the solutions. Dot slice. Thank you, Bumbaloni. And I just realized this is not a negative argument. So how are we going to do that? We're going to update our helper to make it negative. And if we go back to our little sandbox of snippets, just to copy and paste it, make sure that the negation operator does what we want. It does what we want. Lovely. Okay, so we're slicing there. I think we're slicing on the same place of the other column, but we'll find out when I actually run this, because that's going to be fun. npm run build. Okay, and this is going to be interesting because my downloader will also need to basically stop at the end, which we'll figure out when I run it, because I gotta get both of them working. We're getting one of them working. So npm run format solutions double. We want all the formatters, right? But we want last in solutions. The last solution, literally the last one. Oh, we're using git, aren't we? env. Yes, Edward TX. So we haven't really learned about this one yet. And darn it, I get to change another password. This is the third time I've changed this one, folks. But essentially, this allows us. So this is TypeScript. Yep, CHX already answered it. It's essentially JavaScript, but with types. That's a pretty good answer, but that is honestly what it is. Sorry, I gotta fix something real quick. Then I'll test this one some more, get this working. Let's see. Oh, that's awkward. Did not mean to hit the print button there. Oh, this is what I need. There we go. Forgot to enable something earlier. Yeah. Flipping around to all the tabs. There it is. There you go. Credentials all updated. Enjoy that old dead password. Okay, and let me make sure this is working now. There we go. Okay. Now you can't see anything here. Okay, so essentially we have our environment variables. We need to use one of them. Disable git, because we ain't running this big of a command. Disable git equals true. And there we go. Git was not doing anything. And if we look in solutions output, we see one last solution. Now this don't look right though. Let's look in daily files. We see every solution. So one of them is working, one of them ain't. Let's try the last 5 solutions. I think I just got the sorting wrong. Yeah, so we get 5 of them here, but these are the really old ones I did. Really? Man, what are these? I don't remember these. These aren't that old. Interesting. Why are these ones showing up? Oh, my Codewars is somewhere over here. Move it, Firefox. Go, go, go. Okay, there we go. Firefox made it eventually. Let's check out our profile and see our solutions. So the latest one should be Simple Fun 263, aka 0169. I'm not seeing that anywhere here, so it must be going backwards. So let's go back to kata slug directories, close one more file, and let's see, ascending, descending, get the last end of it. Let's just console log them while we're here. Log solution. Since I'm using TypeScript, I gotta do the build command. I don't have to, but it's quicker than using the other one. Let's see, last 5 solutions. Let's see, what did we run? We got fix the function below. Okay, we got unreadable lines, but we got a new line character. A bit more readable. Let's do the last 2. That's all I really need for an ordering. Let's make this big. Okay, so we are logging content, language, and when. It's not enough information. Solution. What do we also need? Hey, welcome back, Neptune. Welcome on back. What did you get? Well, was it good? I haven't missed too much, Neptune. I'm still figuring out how to get the last in solutions for Codewars to look at. So I'm still getting there. So yes, you haven't really missed much at all. So let's see, I'm logging. What am I logging? That log is not very readable. I hacked the mainframe. Yeah, that's right. I hacked the mainframe. Thank you, Dumpster Dev, for the correction. So we have fixed the function below. I know why this isn't working. I know why this isn't working. I'll have to probably update that, won't I? Explosions of fire. Okay, this is working now. So essentially what happened was the thing about formatting solutions is you need to download the solutions first. I hadn't downloaded my solutions. Nah, CHX. I'm just, when you do a lot of Codewars, you need to automate it a little bit for save the time. You're good. So what really happened is that I had so many Codewars that I hadn't done. I would have had to put a lot of time, bulk time in to do all the one by one, and it felt shorter to just write the script to do it for me than to do all that once. Ooh, air fried chicken breast, veggies, and brown mice. Brown rice, not mice, sorry. That sounds good. Wow. In the meantime, we get to watch this lovely progress bar. Yep, that's what happens, CHX. Where's that XKCD comic? Like time to automate. Yeah, is it worth the time? Which one is it? Nope, that's not the right one. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. One I'm mentioning. How often you do the task, how much time you save off. Yep. Yeah, I know, Kid Neptune. 50% done with the download, which I also need to automate. I'll need to fix too. So while we're here, let's go to the download. Make sure we do this a little better. So essentially, we need to count how many we have. Yeah, it's right. It doesn't take that into fact, or the fact of other benefits you get from automating, like a project to show off, and you're learning while you're automating. It doesn't really apply like automating code with code. You kind of get a multiplier effect when you're doing that, and benefits that is. So how are we doing downloads? Okay, we're doing all the pages. So essentially, we need to stop when we have a thing of the last n. Cost n katas to download equals get last n argument. Since this is a negative number, we use the negation operator to make it a positive number, but that don't work for undefined. So I make this a let. We say if katas to download not equal undefined, then we use a negation operator to flip it around by saying katas to download equals negation operator katas to download, so it takes it from -5 to 5, for example. Now here comes the fun part. So we have this thing that says if there are no more, like if we're fetching and we're out, then we stop. We need another one that says or, that in the or is going to be or if the number of katas we have downloaded is more than the number of katas we want to download, stop. how do we get the number of katas we have downloaded? Object.keys katas.length is greater than or equal to katas to download, but this only happens if katas to download is positive, aka not undefined. Yeah. That's true, CHX. It's just we could have automate ourselves out of a job, you know. I mean, I've seen all the stories out there. It's like, oh, I've automated this tedious part of my job, and now it ain't my job anymore. It's the script's job. There we go. So let's do another run build to turn my TypeScript into more JavaScript. And let's look at how it was able to format. Okay, this is looking good, folks. So let's run it one more. So I said download the last two solutions. We have, ugh, no, it's done it again. It's showing me the wrong ones. Okay, let's try this one more time. Oh yeah, that didn't do it. Oh, on format solutions, npm run download solutions now. Oh, I need the thing up there. Last in solutions. Come on, copy, paste. There we go. Boom, it only goes through one page and only one of that. There we go. If we look at JSON, we see default rest and spread at the top and at the bottom. Disgusting. Okay, so the latest one is at the bottom. Okay, so I'm getting there. It's me is the problem. I am doing this all weirdly ordered. So I just need to see what the solution katas are, aka the kata directory. There we go. So console log kata slug. I just need to see the order, because this is what happens when you walk away from a code base for a while. You don't remember how these things work. So when we format them, which ones do we see? We see nothing. So we have to rerun the build command to get our new JavaScript from our TypeScript. Now we run it. There we go. We see these ones. Wow, that's a lot of them. Okay, what if I just said, let's rerun that let's get that argument back on there, huh, folks? Do your job. Okay, we see 57E and 5912. So we see 57E. Well, that helped a lot. 57EB93. So we see this one, array. And we also see, copy and paste, this one, simple, fun, even numbers before fixed. So the IDs are correct. Why are they generated? Oh, now it's working. When I start doing this full Sherlock Holmes, it just wants to work. Lovely. Okay, I see how it is, code. Great. So I guess it's working. So let's rerun the download with all of them, and the format with just the last two, just because I'm paranoid. Now, can we use cached? What is it? Double hyphen. Because I have no desire to wait through all this again. Not cache pages, not cached. Go fast. Gotta go fast. Okay, so we're still gonna wait for this though. Fortunately, with our new argument proposed to us by Bob Maloney, we won't need to wait this long when we actually do these things. I'm just testing all the approaches, because there's the approach when we have only a subset of all the solutions. So we have a small out of the big. Well, that's nuns out right there. A little segment. Okay, let me try this one more time. So we have all of them, but we won't have just a little subsection. We can format those perfectly fine. A-okay. But what if we have the entire thing and we want to format a small section of them? This is what we're testing right now. It's like we have this part is A-okay. This part Who knows? Zoom zoom, yeah, Prinkstar. Honestly, what's taking the most out of this is like looking at every kata, but like I said, for this new feature, it's gonna look pretty good. There we go, nearing the end. Might as well make these commits because I'm pretty sure this code is good. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good thing there. How about helpers? Yeah, that's a good thing there. What's that? Get the last n arguments. Good thing there. All this good code. Yeah, Prinkstar process is worth it. And this good looking code here. Let's see if now we've done the download. Disable the Git. Run the format. Oh, folks, this is looking good. Even numbers before fix, and the other one I did, the explode thingamabobby. It is working. Yeah, now all we need to do. I have over 1,000 katas. I guess I do. I don't really count them that often. I have 1,080 apparently. Ain't that neat? Or 1,079. Codewars don't know how to do math. Yeah, I guess it is an array of solutions, Bombaloni. That's why it takes so long to run. Because it has to look at 1,079 individually. Because they're, like, for my formatter, I want all information. So y'all seen, like, when I generate this, I take the original README, like, these are the things I generate. The original stuff, all this linkable stuff. So it takes a little time to download that because it ain't on the API and it ain't on the other thing. That's why I'm number 1. Yes, Prinkstar, that is why I am number 1 on my leaderboard. Yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit. I mean, mainly I just bulked through them and now I'm just, maintaining consistency to retain my spot. Yeah, so I need to add these things to the documentation at some point. So I have an argument somewhere. Apparently I don't have that added anywhere. It's okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here's a good place to add it. What did I just delete? Scripts. We're writing documentation. Super exciting, folks. Hey, CHX, now you're on your way. I'll be ready for you. Let's see if the site wants to embarrass me, or see if it wants to work. Ooh, it's working. Okay, so if we go look at the leaderboard real quick. There you go. 1392. I mean, I don't know if you're that far down. CHX. Oh, if I can type right. CHX. Oh, your username must be something different on the thing. I can't search you up. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, I think you'll get there quicker than you think, Prinkstar. 23. Well, yeah. Okay, I take it back. You need to once you get to doing the Codewars, you'll be good. Yeah, motherboard. They've been taking it away. I mean, look at how much. They're over 1,000 ahead of me, and they're just like, they are not slowing down, They're just being consistent, and, I mean, look at the actual leaderboard. Wait, class been canceled? Oh my goodness. Dang. That sucks. Whew. Wow. Well, hey, it could have been a lot worse, At least they're okay now. Yeah, wow. Yeah, Bomboloni, it happens as everyone's picking up. Yeah, thankfully, for those who can't jump on Discord, Leon's wife got in a minor car accident. Thankfully, everyone's okay. Spent time in observation, but not enough time to prep for today's class, so no class for today. So all the homework what was due today is now due Thursday. Yeah, whew. Sorry, that's a. When you said no class today, I was like, oh, that's a funny one, Pink Star. You're pranking me. And like, oh no. Dang. Yep, fortunately, everything's alright, though. Could have been a lot worse. With our. Yeah, my motherboard has been consistently pushing, as you can see. 120, almost 100 every day, 50 some days. Really going at it. Yeah, Pink Star, I know you be pranking. That's why I was like, hey, classic Pink Star. It's like, whoa, okay. But yeah, motherboard, they've been going along pretty well. I've been trying to keep up, as you can see. Yesterday I was like, we're putting in 200, and now it's like, okay, that's enough. That is enough, cause I got a lot to catch up on. Yeah, Prank Star, Pink Star. They're the same person. Yeah, I'm always scoping out my It's less scoping out competition, more of watching out who's gonna try to pass me up. You know, it's like as long as I stay up here. Yeah, Bomboloni, this is the leaderboard I've been working on. I know I can do it. I just gotta be consistent. Yes, CHX, you see my secret. I use the API token in my Codewars profile for the script. No. So for my script, if you're talking about my script, you need to obtain your credentials, your remember user token. Now this can be obtained manually. So I have guides that show how to do this. So if you want to download a solution, you need to obtain your credentials. So you can either do this manually by opening it up and reading your cookies, or by giving your email and password to the script, and then you run this script, run credentials, and it spits out the cookie token that you put back in env to allow all these other scripts to access your data. Yeah, I don't know how they do it either. Like I was able to gain 200 yesterday or Sunday or whatever day it was, and that was just because I was watching a stream while it was going on. Yeah, I mean, I try to make these instructions somewhat readable. Like this here is just like all the things you can do, and the top sections are the guided solutions for if you just want to do X, Y, and Z. You can try to follow these. To only process last in solutions. I'll just add that right there. That's a good place for a description, right, folks? It's descriptive enough to me. 100 to 1,000, dang. I mean, yeah, Dumpster, unfortunately, some folks are really pushing it, you know? Edward TX. I see you, Edward. Yeah, you're doing, I see you're doing your consistency here. Looking good. Yeah, Neptune, go ahead and go for it. Codewars, Anki, and Checklist. Oh, the extra time, you mean? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm going to polish up my wireframe. That's the main thing I haven't really done so far. Yeah, I mean, Dumpster, you're doing pretty consistent, too. Almost more higher than Motherboard, actually, except for those certain days. Yeah, with my site. So like I made this site that scrapes. So it's how topical, am I right? So you see this script here that I call, what do I call it? Download clan stats. So I use this script on a server. It runs every 3 hours and it just downloads your clan stats. Now what's that contain? It contains the timestamp and everyone's rank, honor, and all that stuff of when it ran. Now I do that every 3 hours, so here's our clock. Nope, that's not a clock, this is a clock. So here, and here. Then we run a second time, because this is a 12-hour clock. This allows me to get 8 snapshots a day, and then I need 8 snapshots because sometimes users don't appear on the leaderboard. It's not a me thing, it's a Codewars thing. I don't know how to fix it. So hopefully with 8 snapshots in a day, I can get I get everyone on the leaderboard. And then with that data, I did some math to figure out how did you start at the end of the third or the beginning of the third, in the end of the third, and on the third you gained 39 honor. Then I do more math to figure out the rest. Yeah, Dumpster, it can be like that some days where it's just like, when you're on a roll, especially when you're on that productive roll, it's like, if I stop now, I won't be able to, pull off more. But yeah, this just shows all the dailies. I did this because Leon said there'd be incentives, so we can use this to see who is doing the best of the month, because that's one of the incentives Leon said would be existing. So for the half month of May, it appears, aside from the top 10, that Learning Always Learning, Man with Milk, Motherboard, and these other 4 people, they're going to be in the top 10 most honor gain, so they're ready. They're in prime position to earn that extra Discord VIP or whatever that is. Yeah, Edward, I mean, yes, sometimes things happen, don't we know? Well, with that news we just found out. But yeah, like, it's as crazy as the pace can be. Again, for learning, it's definitely consistency that's more valuable. Yeah, I've been putting this tracker together. Like, I've been scraping the data for a while. I was just like, gotta get the tracker public now that it's actually usable. So, like, if you're Patrick, for example, you just need to gain a little bit more honor to get in the top 10 for the VIP grabbers. Because, like, the top 10 of the actual leaderboard might be, that's why Leon's doing 2 different groups. Who's literally the top 10 and who's gaining the most progress. The top 10 most progress gainers. I don't know what to call this. So this allows you to actually see how close you are to being the top 10 progress chain. I gotta double my honor change to even compete. I mean, some people are, yeah, I mean, what can I say? Some people really put in the work, And some people are just voting too, or aren't voting, but they have like a bunch of unvoted solutions, and they just go through them one day. And it's like, I got 500 honor. Yeah, you just voted for all 500 of your solutions. So some things can't be sussed out like that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love that Neptune. That's kind of when I shared it on Discord, people were like, yeah, this is definitely a way to keep track and motivation. Now, I haven't added graphs and charts yet, so like you can like see your change over time, like even if it's just like your honor change over time and stuff like that. I have them, but the thing about it is like I just haven't gotten around to it. That's it. I was about to be like some excuse of computational. I just haven't gotten around to it, folks. It's coming soon, Pink Star. It is just coming soon. As with making the rest of this UI look good, but it'll be done before the 1st of June. How about that? Because that's when we need it, right? Oh, Bombaloni, look at this consistency. Now, this is more valuable than like those folks doing like 200 one day and then going off for 2 weeks. A Intelligence, what is up? Jumping in here with the 5 bits. Hey, okay, come down. What is that? It's all good, Intelligence. We're Code War geeking out, I guess, at this point. But before we went through how to get these snakes and cool automated things on our GitHub repositories without doing all of basically how does this dumb thing work? It's not dumb, it's just not very human readable. So we went through creating a GitHub action from scratch and reading their instructions, hating their instructions, finding the secret setting that we needed to turn on to make the action work, and all that stuff. Oh, I appreciate it, Pink Star and Intelligence. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying, you know. I am doing this kind of full time, so like I was, doing more freelancing and other stuff, but I mean, basically full time dev warsing. So I'd hope I'd have something to show for it. And yeah, we just added a cool feature suggested by R. Well, we haven't added nothing, so I keep my mouth shut. Class and solutions. What is this? Configurable argument. Configurable argument. I just call it argument. Git push. Oh, well, let's not do that real quick. Check out for console logs. I think I left one somewhere. Did I leave any console logs? Git diff head tilde1. Thinking thoughts. Sorry, I gotta think thoughts. So I added some stuff there. I did some stuff there. I'm just making sure I didn't leave any console logs in the code. And I didn't. I'm great at this. How do I get back to the branch? Oh no. My Anki has failed me, guys. Folks, I don't know. Merge main. Is that how we do it? Nope. We get check out main. Get merge manual voting. Oh no. Get check out manual. I made a commit on the wrong branch. So there's a fancy Git way to like transfer one commit. So here's what happened. Here's my main commit. Here's where I am. I made a branch, and then I made a commit here. I want to put this commit back here, back over here, but I want to keep this branch here. But I'm a goldfish, so I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to do git reset -soft head -1 tilde1. Did that not do it? Speak to me, VS Code. Okay, that did it. So now if I git check out main, there we go. Now we can rerun this commit. So essentially what git reset soft does, it says the last commit never happened, but all your files are still there and they're still in the staging area. So I basically just went back one command, and now I can say add last in solutions argument, and now we can git push, git checkout manual vote, and git merge main. Disgusting. No, we don't want to do this anymore. Oh, Bombale, when I say vote, I say not necessarily on your own solutions. I mean, sorry, I think I saw it in others. I just didn't catch it, or I didn't read it. My goldfish was like, let's read the message and forget about it. So I mean voting on this right here. It's like, are you satisfied with the kata? I don't believe we can vote on our own solutions to get honor, though I will be the guinea pig. So this is my solution. I have 5616 honor, and I'm gonna click it. 5616 honor. Yeah, you can't get honor by upvoting your own solutions. Only by you only get the extra honor if you vote on the kata itself. Oh wow, that sounds fun, Intelligence. Quick motorbike ride. Oh, let me check. I think I've seen this site. It's probably on my GitHub or my log somewhere, or a bookmark somewhere. MTN bike. I mean, I assume it's mountain biking. Yeah, unless it's literally you want on a MTN bike. MTN for mountain. Yeah, I have this bookmark somewhere. But yeah, it's a pretty good resource there, CHX. Rating the kata. Yep, that's what I meant. No, you're not missing out on anything. So, yeah, so I guess the reason I'm accidentally saying vote and say, yeah, Pink Star, that's exactly what that is. It's a cheat sheet for what mistake have you made? This is how you undo that particular mistake. Did you make this bad mistake? This is how you fix that bad mistake. So it's like a cheat sheet or like a flow chart for what mistake did you do? Here's how to fix it. Yeah, thanks again for sharing this one. I don't use it too often because, I don't know, I just don't think of it. I'm just like, I can manage my way. 20 minutes later. But yeah, you're not missing out on anything, Bombaloni. The reason I'm calling it vote, and I know that's confusing, is because internally, like on the website, these things are called votes. Like you have a vote of 0, 1, or 2, or null. So that's why like my terminology is matching with the internal of the website, not the front end of the website, which I know isn't helpful, but that's why I'm saying it the wrong way. Yeah, Bombaloni, that's it. Oh yeah, it's like, there's more honor to get. So you go back through them all again. Unfortunately not. Okay, so we have this merge, branch, get, status. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just running commands at this point. Run command, go fast. Please stop working, or please work. Okay, so let's do get reset, get LG, get status, get reset. Okay, I want to get checkout dot, get rid of that stuff. Get how do we want to do this? So I want to unstage all this stuff, and then get checkout dot. Edward, what are you doing? Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't need that. Oh, okay, I see why you're doing that. The script is working. I appreciate that. You don't need to pay me for the script, though. Yeah, it's downloading the... Okay, intelligence, no need. I appreciate it, though. What are those little... Huh. I obviously haven't figured out what those do. I didn't realize the bits had emojis on them. That's neat. But thanks again for the bits. Yeah, Edward, I'm glad it's working for you. If so you'll take a bit to download all of them. Once it does, if you want to see the actual files, yeah. If you want to see the actual files, you just follow get my solution files, and then hopefully these steps are readable. But the fact that you're getting that far means the documentation is working. I was gonna record a video for each one, but I was like, man, there's a lot of steps in here. So I was like, please just work documentation. Okay, get checkout dot. Updated 5 paths from index. Get LG. So I have work in progress fetch attempt. Get reset soft head 1. Get checkout main. Get branch. Anch. I'm getting there. Delete manual vote. Yeah, Edward, that's why the env example exists there, so you don't have to go like creating a new one. You just rename it or copy it. Branch manually vote. Get checkout manually vote. This is bad get branch management. Don't do any of this. Oh hey, thanks for the follow. Watch me pronounce this perfectly. Moadtal. Oh, and there's the notification for the bits. Streamlabs, what are you doing? Falling behind here. Thanks again for the follow, Moadal. What has your day, evening, or night been up to? Or how has it been going, rather? Okay, so switch to the branch. Work in progress. Yep, I named this work in progress. Yeah, thanks. Whoa, dude. I put a little bit of time into those notifications, trying to get those working. Yeah, basically it's inspired by VS Code to like drop down in a little typer thing. I was able to get them working. They still work through Streamlabs, so Streamlabs runs them. Eventually, I'll get it all running locally. Yeah, CHX. I've seen you in there. Easier asking questions. I mean, folks have tried to do that. how to take screenshots, how to add code. That'll be a good one though, yeah. I don't know, I can't recall any guides like that I know of, which means they probably didn't get the visibility or something that they really need. But yeah, definitely go ahead. No, I don't think it'd be received poorly at all. It'd be improving communication skills. Because I mean, technically, it's all about tone. If you open it up with, "All you people don't know how to ask questions," then yeah, that's going to be received a little poorly. But if you phrase it in the manner of, "In order to allow people to assist you better, you can add more information or improve your questions by doing things like don't ask to ask. Hey, can someone help me with images?" Like this is a good question, but it's not enough if you said, could someone help me detect when an image has been fully downloaded? Much better question. We won't have to ask, what did you mean? And that goes in the thread. People can't see at the top. And then people who don't know. People who do know can jump into without having to go through the process of digging through the thread and asking for more information. Yeah, all that good stuff, CHX. Yeah, I think so, Bombaloni. That would be the optimal, like having a mod pin it, or maybe even having Leon go over at some point. But I think like a pin on the channel would probably be enough. Nah, I don't think... I mean, again, like I said, all about tone. You could come off that way if you tone it wrong, but I don't think you tone it wrong. Just like, it's a way to improve communication. That's literally it, just improving communication. The communication just happens to be about code. So yeah, I don't think it'd be coming off elitist at all. And it's kind of hard to come off as elitist when you're, trying to help people help people. It's like, oh yeah, I want to be elitist by making it easier for me to help you. That's an interesting kind of elitism. I've never seen it that way. On the other hand, when they take the pictures of the screen, it's like, hey, I can see the effort. I appreciate you. Even if you can't, for whatever reason, do the screenshot of a code or show a code snippet, you put in the effort, which it's like, as long as you're putting in effort, that's all that matters. Yeah, like what Pinkstar said, if you just say what you said basically already, you're not elitist in my book. Now, what's this file doing? Goldfish is like, what am I doing? Oh yeah, we are adding voting, folks. Manual vote kata. First, though, we're gonna have to take a break because we added a whole new feature. So yeah, Bombaloni, the script now should work, allowing you to get the last in solutions. Yeah, I mean, if you're coming in here for a free course, then you're already putting in a fair amount of effort. So it's not for a lack of effort. Most people, especially like most orange names and stuff, who are like, you can tell they're committed and putting in it. It's just they don't know. Like the GitHub actions, you need to know a bunch of pre-existing information in order to use the tools. Like you need to know 3 backticks equals a code block, and you gotta put the name of the language in order to make the highlighting work. These are all things that there's no Discord guide, which like you think there would be some kind of like Discord tutorial, like if like the very first time you create the program. Maybe there is now. Back in my day when I got on Discord, there was no kind of walkthrough guide or like on-page help of how all these things. There are form pages like Discord Markdown, but here's the thing. You need to know that it's called Markdown. If you've never worked with Markdown, how are you going to know to search Discord Markdown? You might know how to search Discord chat formatting, but still, like, you won't know what it is you even need to search. And like this here, I just looked at these docs. Where is the section on the language formatting? The syntax, it's literally not even here. You look at the docs, we looked at it from Markdown Text 101. Maybe it's somewhere else. I'm not judging Discord on this. I'm just for a beginner's perspective, how do we do syntax highlighting? Like, I'm at the official docs. I'm reading them. I'm at the end. It's like some things just, you don't know. Yeah, Markdown. I mean, I don't use that much Markdown. Like, I use a little Markdown. I like the markup. Markup, huh? Yeah, CHX. So the way I found out how the languages you can use, let me try to figure out how to drag this over without doing things. And this is a real experience, so let me just drag it over. So I was like, how does this work? So I had to open DevTools and be like, okay, I need to see a code snippet block now. Oh, this is awkward. I need to see someone hit me with a code snippet. Where are the code snippets? No. I need to... Okay, here's a demonstration. So this is how I found out what the language we could use. I opened DevTools. I looked at some code. And I eventually saw in the thing... Where is it? Oh, you're embarrassing me. HLJS. Now that means nothing to no one. But to me, I know what HLJS is. That is Highlight.js. It is the library they use for highlighting. So then once I figured that out, I went here, and then I'm like, okay, what are all the languages it supports? That's a good question. How do we click that? Nope, that's not how you use this website. How do we find out all the languages HLJS supports? You gotta go do another query for like all the languages HLJS supports. Honestly, I honestly can't even find the page anymore. Okay, there's a page where you can see every language, but it's that bad I can't even find it. Now what's this, Bombaloni? Hey, a Markdown 101. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Hey, they actually go over syntax highlighting, and then they go, yep. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. But yeah, like I said, most people won't know to know. Yeah, you can definitely fall down a rabbit hole super easily. Yeah, so we got that. Yeah, that's kind of the approach, intelligence. You just keep on digging until you find what you want, or you don't find what you want, and you're just like, no one go down this rabbit hole. Nothing good is down here. That's basically it, intelligence. You just keep digging, keep on digging. But yeah, okay, for now, so we have this lovely script. We haven't even touched it yet, but we're going to run it. I'm going to run it. It's not working yet, but what this does is currently this finds, hey, intelligence, that's halfway down. That's half the work, you know? Okay, you gotta go down the rabbit hole first before you can figure out what's going on. I mean, a lot of people are like, they don't know how to, or they just get lost near the rabbit hole trying to find their way through. TS and sorry, I'm trying to figure out commands. TS node source manual vote kata. Okay, so this part of the script that I had working before basically allows you. So it runs through all the katas, it checks the votes, and it tells you which katas you have not voted on. So this is literally half of the work of the script. I already had it written when I was trying to do this before. So it gave me two lovely URLs. And if I go to these URLs, my internet's like, good morning. When we go to the solutions tab, because apparently we need to go there, we can see these are two katas I have not voted on. Now this is the one I just did, so unless we have goldfish memory, this works. Otherwise, we have this other kata that I didn't know I didn't vote on. Apparently, I didn't vote on it though. That free honor. Dumpster dev. That's what I'm doing. It's like this is half the script, finding which ones you didn't vote on. The other half is performing the automation of actual voting on it. Then, I mean, that'll basically be the entire script, actually. Just finding the ones you didn't vote on and voting on them all. Yeah, CHX, that's there's a difference between like going down the rabbit hole and then like getting lost down the rabbit hole, you know? it's like, I gotta keep a focused mind of like, what am I here to do? What's the end goal? And as long as things that I'm rabbit holing down are contributing to the end goal, I'm still on the right track. But as soon as I'm like, wait, how does this contribute anymore? It's like, I'm gone. Go back up. Use the escape rope, you know? Yeah, it happens. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know a solution to getting better at that aside from experience. But okay, we have. So yeah, I just wanted to show this thing working. Manual vote kata. Let's do. I have a branch right here, right? Yeah. I'll go ahead and just for funsies. So I have set kata vote, which does not work like at all. I get a CFR and a vote ID for my kata. What I want to vote it as. CHX. I had a lot of that in my beginning. Like, I refused to use libraries to that point, you know? Like, I was like, libraries? Am I a real developer if I use libraries or like code other people wrote? No. In order to be a real developer, I have to write everything myself. So I didn't write my first. That's kind of the way I did most of it. I still do that approach now, but I'm a bit healthier about it. Like my first website, my first Node.js site, Express existed, but I was like, I don't feel like a real developers use Express. Real developers build their own web frameworks from scratch using just the HTTP module. So that's what I did. And I was like, this is what real developers do. Eventually, though, I've thankfully gotten away from that mindset. I still do that sometimes, but I do that on an educational basis. Like, if I want to not use a library or understand how something's working, then I'll do it. But I'll do it once. And I'll do it explicitly for the purposes of understanding how that thing works. So now, if I didn't want to use Express, I'd still use Express, but if I wanted to understand Express, I would reinvent Express. Like reinvent the wheel. Not because I don't want to use the wheel, but because I want to understand how the wheel works. So I'd only do it once and just for a purely educational, instead of this weird inferiority or it's not even elitism. It's just with this weird imposter approach to using other code and libraries and not understanding the intricacies of everything I touch. Oh yeah, well, dude. Spoiler alert. He will teach Express. I think there was a meme, unfortunately, or a meme, as chat has voted. I pronounce these words about how to. Everyone was asking, "Will you teach Express or something?" I wasn't there, unfortunately, but for the first cohort, folks, there was a whole running joke about Express, apparently. Yeah, that's about right, Pink Star. If you just practice enough to explain it, then that's essentially knowing enough. It's like, I don't know how the engine works. Yeah, I saw the chat. I mean, I was one of them. I was asking, like, oh, will you teach Express? Gotta keep the meme living, you know? hmm Yeah, they will. But yeah, in the meantime, so yeah, we're about to take a break, but I'm going to finish this first to get this working. To get this functionally working and showable. Yeah. You know it, CHX. Yes, we have CSRF, we have vote ID. I don't think we need all this fetch. Yeah, we don't, because that fetch don't work, by the way. That was what I was trying before, and Codewars.com was like, ha! You ain't gonna fetch us. Fetch is dead. So we have the cache path, fetch language. What's this even doing? Oh, this is just for debugging or something. What's this doing? What is this doing? Who wrote this code? It was me. So we're importing, we're awaiting. So we're already doing caching. I guess this is just more caching. Yeah, this caching don't need to exist. Let's clean that code up. There we go. Okay, so at the moment, this just finds you some lovely code. Yeah, I'm just trimming this down real down to what we just need it to be. Okay, so we get the stuff, we do the stuff, we find the katas. If it, yeah, this is where things start getting configurable. We don't hard code usernames. I can make that right now. Processed env dot username env example. What do we call it? We call it user underscore name. Yeah. Do I have constants? I do, so I don't need to use user underscore name. I can use a variable. We love variables around here. That's a lovely variable. Okay, let's think thoughts. Sorry, I'm just checking a thing, make sure this all looks good. Yep, still just me. Okay, on to polishing this up before we commit and take our break. Okay, so let's ditch that. Well, we do need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, yeah, so all this code is not doing anything yet, but at the very minimum, this is vote for katas. Set kata feedback votes. So I gotta pick a set kata satisfaction. Set kata satisfaction. I guess that's good enough for me. There we go. Oh, Bomba, okay, thanks for the context, because I wasn't really there for the first cohort. Why don't you just teach them Express? The mother of all spicy rants, huh? I imagine someone's got that. I mean, it's probably still clipped on the thing. Yeah, I gotta go back and look at all the clips. See if I can find the Express rant. It sounds like a piece of history there. Because it still lives on. That MERN, yeah. What do you think the E in MERN stands for, people? Okay, yeah, so this is good here. Change that. Get status. Get LG. Get reset softhead 1. Add. Vote. Oh, bans were threatened, and I'm okay. Maybe it did, well, it sounds very jovial and funny in the back. Well, at least from the future's perspective. Unless, I mean, yeah, the cohort was a lot smaller then, right? Like 70 to 100 folks. So I can imagine just 10 people saying it would be quite the ratio of folks. Add kata. Missing kata. Add missing kata satisfaction vote detection. It's a great message name. Oh, Lee. Okay, yeah. I was about to recognize you anyway, because that's your Codewars username, I think. Pink Star. So, depends on what you mean. So here's the thing. Older videos. Are those older videos on YouTube? If so, I already have the technology. It's called searchable YouTube captions. Oh, I didn't even get the confusion. I was on I kind of thought it was both. I thought one was moniker. I thought one was like your government name, and one was your people actually called you Leah or Lee. Darn it! Now I'm saying it wrong. Okay, I think you prefer Lee. But yeah, Pink Star. Oh, 200, huh? Oh, who just wandered in, huh? Okay, yeah, I could see that. Hmm. Yeah, but I do kind of have that working pink star, and it is something that there's only one Lear Leah. Yes, it's still you. Yeah, so I do have that technology working pink star. It's I mean, I'll just show you it. Oh, this is awkward. Distant code client. No, not client. Active learn with Leon. All my autocompletes are off because I have passwords in the terminal, so I have to manually go places. Npm run search. I'm gonna search for Express. That's gonna be funny. Where should we search for it? I will search markers, links, captions, slides. We'll search everywhere. So this is what I currently have, and eventually, like this ain't part of my 100 hours project, but I want to turn this into something. To essentially, it's Control F, but for videos. And I know this like already exists on some sites. You can search the transcripts, but at least for Learn with Leon, I want to be like Control F, the materials, and you find the video, you find the marker, you find the slide, like a one Control F to search them all. You don't have to, it won't search Discord because I ain't got that power, but yeah. Yeah, R.I.P. to the anonymity, right, Lee? Or the nicknames, yeah. Lee on Twitter, Lee. Yeah, it's like, wait, who's this other person? I can see that. But yeah, Prankstar, I do have the technology. Like, I just searched for Express, and we can see office hours number 2, 116. People in chat were being like, do you teach them Express? Lol, will we? Okay, they were really memeing back then, weren't they? Then what we have? Okay, these are all chat. Any captions? There you go. We can see when Leon said the word Express. I wish I could express how unready. Oh, that's a different kind of Express there, ain't it? Let's find a different one. This one's got popular. Yeah. Okay. Expression. Oh, okay. Looks like Dab brought it up on 12 minutes. Why don't we just teach them Express, Dab? Come on now. Not today. Not today, Dab. Alright, thank you. So you see, I have that searchability, Pinkstar. It just needs to, gotta funnel the data into it, which it's easy to do because YouTube has captions and stuff. So it's not impossible. It just might not be worth the effort to do Cohorts 1's videos. And yes, Pinkstar, this is because of my goldfish memory. I'm like, when did Leon talk about fetch or APIs or whatever? Oh, I might have not have dropped that in the env example. But if it's not in the env example, dumpster dev, then yes. Yeah, that was 100 dever. I remember that. Oh, yeah, I was just reading folks saying things in the chat. Like, that was something during Office Hours 3. Dab said something in chat, bringing back the meme or whatever. But yeah, I know Dab was 100 devers. They're actually how I found 100 devs. Their stream. But yeah, dumpster dev. If it's not in the thing, you need to add it. I just forgot to secrets, hide secrets. Oh, show secrets. I just forgot to add it to the template. So formatter, separate file. So I gotta drag this off screen real quick. I gotta look at the real thing. Where did I put it? Separate file per solution. There we go. Okay, let's bring it back. Hide secrets. There we go. So yeah, I'll add it. What's this? That's a new line. Put that back. Git checkout main. Good catch though, dumpster dev, on my incomplete template. Add 2.env to example. Lovely. Okay, back to the branch. Yeah, Lee, public figure, enjoy it. Hey, of course, thanks for the alert, Pink Star. Catch you when you get back. I am taking a break anyway, so we might all be back at the same time. Yeah, Bomboloni, I remember, again, this goldfish memory. I remember James or Dab saying your name So I remember him saying Bombaloni in chat and stuff. So that's how I remember you. But yeah, I was it was Diabolical Stream. It was like the last 2 weeks of the cohort, like the summer 100 daily 50 summer whatever was going on, and I joined the Discord on the last day of summer dailies or whatever it's called. Yeah, Lee. Word gets around. Word gets around. Oh, are you the one who mentioned the Ram Bombaloni? Okay. Nice, nice. I know someone was like, you can upgrade the RAM. Had that RAM tracker along, yep. I was blamed like when the thing started crashing. It's the RAM tracker, Dab. You need to turn off the RAM tracker. That was me. RAM tracker's taking too much RAM. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so yeah, a break, and then we'll actually get on to implementing this script for sure. Yeah, the good old days, the good old days. Yeah, let's take that break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Ah. I think there's two different things, Lee. There's your username and your display name. Let me click real quick. I think you changed your username. Yeah, it looks like you changed your username, which I didn't realize you could do. There's also the ability to change your display name. Let's see if I can figure it first or if someone else can tell us where to do it in chat. How do we change display names? This is great. Going on to settings. Going into settings. Yeah. I'll try to find the input box if I can. Which one is it? So many different settings. Oh yeah, it's literally right here. Actually, so I don't know if which one you changed. So there's username, which has no capitalization. Display name, which gets all the fancies. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Leah T codes. There we go. Oh, and that was real awkward. I was like, I'm going to show you where it is on the profile. And I literally wasn't showing my screen, but if anyone else wants to know where they change it, the username does not support casing, while the display name supports upper and lower casing. So that's where it be. Yeah, all the emotes shifted over with the username change. It will take so long to remember now. Welcome back, folks. Break is just about coming to an end. Yalia, or Yali. Capitalization makes it a lot easier to read. Also, folks, if you want our very own, I've been really bad at this. Sorry again. How's this work? Okay, this is less of this. This is just testing my bot, see if it'll work. Will the bot work, or did the bot die? The bot is dead. Rip to the bot. It cannot handle username changes, apparently. It was a good thought. Yeah, that's a good thing I get to fix later. Is it working at all? Gotta check the bot. Okay, the bot gave up. It's like, just have a link. I can't figure it out. There it goes. Yeah, it was supposed to grab the latest VOD. Let's see if it works for, Wait, let's see if I just typoed. No, I didn't type it wrong. Yeah, it's not supposed to be that big of a delay. Let's try a different one. Okay, I must have broken it at some point, because I did change it recently to add those other commands. But that's okay. Cool stuff to fix. I was doing this because literally, like, less than, I believe, 2 minutes ago, the one and... Oh, why have my windows gone? The one and only Melody just came on, so if you want, feel free to jump over there, check out their stream, give them support, or if you want, you can watch us both on the multi-watch thingamabobby. Either way, I'm going to be finishing off the automation. Man, the bot is dying, folks. Trying real hard. It just generates the command that to view all the stream team members at once. It doesn't really do anything fancy beside that. Pink star. Yeah, that's all it does, is just generate that little command. But yeah, on to... So yeah, the break is over. I'm going to be doing probably one more session of this to see if, well, not to see, we're going to make it work to automatically vote for Katas. So I already have part of it here. Right here. Now, this is where things get funny. I get to figure out how to do this. So essentially, set Kata vote is what we need to do. We need to do this logic inside here. Yeah, thank you, Pink Star, for the timer. Find the timer. You are my timer. $14.99. Thank you. Get the animation working. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so essentially I have this old login code here that would automatically log people in. Yeah, Pink Star, that is your job. It's what you're known for. So I'm gonna reuse this. Like, I could be cool and like try to use the remember user token, but I'm lazy, so we're just gonna, at least I'm lazy right now because end of stream, the streamer brain is kicking in. So essentially, if this is gonna log in, and then we're not gonna do any of this. We're going to basically find out which katas we want to vote on. Set kata vote. So this is, again, very bad code first time. I'll optimize it later. Maybe on, maybe off stream. But essentially, we vote ID. Yeah, it's not actually useful anymore. Toodaloo to that. We have kata, we have what vote we want to make, we have a username. That username ain't useful no more either. So, let's see. Set kata vote. This is basically where it wants to be. So for now, we're just going to set the vote kata vote. This is where, when using WebDriver automation, you gotta kind of figure out what you want to do, and the dev tools are great for doing that. So what do we want to do? So we click on the Solutions tab. So first we need to get the URL of a kata, and click on the Solutions tab. What are we gonna vote for? That is a good question. And the answer is opening DevTools, doing the inspect. We see we have data value 1, 0, and -1. I'm going to set it to 1. Very much just going to hard code it. So kata 1. And this is an asynchronous thing. So we say await. And since we want people to see what is going on, we'll say headless false because I can't see through walls. Now we have this, and our browser is basically loaded. Now what do we want to do? We need to go to a URL. So we say await page, go to generate kata. Okay, so I'm doing it somewhere, probably in helpers. I need to generate the kata URL. There it is. The memory's kicking in. Generate kata URL for. Oh, the autocomplete is failing me. What's my first argument? VS Code? The kata. Okay. So I go to this URL of the kata. Now what do I do once I'm here? Well, once I'm here, I need to click on the Solutions tab. Now, how do I find the Solutions tab? Apparently, I query select with an element of ID of solutions. Now you can lovely test this by running some code in an actual browser. So if you find solutions and you click on it, what's going to happen? You're going to go to the page. This is the functionality we want to replicate. So we copy our code here, but unfortunately for Playwright, this ain't the syntax it uses. Now every WebDriver has a little different syntax, aka the way you interact with it. It's not too different. It's kind of an extension of basic query selector, but we use page.locator, and locator, look at this lovely built-in documentation. It takes a selector. After you do the selector, what can we do? Well, we can ask VS Code, yo VS Code, what do we do? Since we're in TypeScript, VS Code knows what library we got. It tells you, look at all the stuff you can do. One of those things is clicking. So if we click on click, we can see with more hovering, you can be very specific with what you want to click. You can delay, you can force, you can do modifiers, buttons, and it returns a promise. So again, I knew to await it, but if you didn't, that could tell you. So now once you click on there, what do we want to do? We want to click on one of these buttons. Which button do we want to click on? Well, we want to click on the Vary button, because I'm not going to make it configurable just yet. So we need to figure out how to do this in the browser. So if we look here, we have our UL, our LI, and our A button. Now we don't know which one we need to programmatically access. So we're just going to try it out. So if we look, essentially I want to try to get this LI with a data value of 1. So how do I want to get that? Well, I can look for any LI with a data value of 1 that is a descendant of a UL with a class of vote assessment. So like styling, you build yourself up a query selector, or a selector, I guess it's just a selector actually, page.locator for the class of that, and the LI that has a data value equaling, and quotes, close that thingy. Then I bring out the template syntax, so we're changing our single quote step backticks, and things are catching on fire because characters are wrong places. And now we use the vote argument that we got before, which you don't need to worry about what this TypeScript crazy stuff is, but this is essentially saying it's -1, it's 0, or it's 1. Now there's also this weird null thing. We'll figure that out later. To do for null voting. This is basically unvoting. I don't know why everyone would want to unvote, but It's an option on my thing. So now we've written this code, but let's test it in a real browser first. Remember, this speeds up development, testing it in a real browser. And yeah, Pink Star. Apparently that song was White Lie, Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Glad that command works. So if we query select it and we do click, it does nothing because we did something wrong. Because we had our template still in here. So let's fix that, change it to 1. Nothing happened. So maybe we need to click on the anchor, huh? Because we don't know where the event selector is. So let's target the anchor and hit click. Not doing what we wanted, is it? Let's manually click on it. Exciting, ain't it, folks? Yeah, I have the command. It wasn't too crazy of a command. Basically, I have what is this? So it's VLC that's playing all these tracks, and OBS has a VLC source automated thing. And then I have something called Tula that tells me current track information. It pulls it from VLC, and it writes that to a text file, and then that command reads that title from the text file. So it's not too crazy, but yeah, I'm glad you finally found out what that one is. Where is this click event happening from? Yeah, like I said, there's probably an OBS only way to do it, but it's quicker just to do that. And specifically, it's quicker this way because, like you see the little animation that happens every time the track changes with the sliding out and sliding in. That's also done by Python. I can show you that one right there. Show title. So it's a cute little script here that the OBS extension is called Tuna. So it calls whenever the title changes. I say, don't worry, you can't do anything with this password. It shows the music cover, then sleeps, then hides the music cover, then shows the title, then sleeps, then shows the title again. Oh, that's it, huh? Thanks, intelligence. Again, I need to figure out how to increase the font size on my OBS window. INTELIJENS. So I was using your name as a bot test also, because like I saw Melody came on, I was like, okay, it's time to shout, and then it's like, oh wait, the bot can't handle it. So what this thing's supposed to do, and that's why it's taking so long, is it finds your latest VOD and it says, oh, such and such was last doing blah blah blah. But as you can see, it's like really thinking about it. The bot's like, maybe they did something, maybe they didn't. It's Schrodinger's stream. And then it gives up and it's like, here's a link, because it can't find it apparently. But yeah, thanks for the correction. It'd be nice if there was some form of autocomplete, you know, but I mean, I guess there is. That's the mentioning syntax, but there are a lot of things that can be fixed, you know. A lot of tweaks to improve. Yeah. I don't know how the way the official ones do it, but I just like scrape sites to figure it out. But yeah, so we wrote this thingy. It didn't do the thing we want, but we're gonna try it anyway, okay? So we're gonna click it. Click the button. And we're just gonna see if it works. Haha, good one, Pink Star. Yeah, it's like I said, it's not new at all. It's just my implementation of it. It's the same thing with like the watch and the follow commands, or like the watch age and well, specifically the watch age. Like the way they do it, and the way I do it is you just poll who's in chat every minute or so to get that data. It's kind of like the reason I didn't go with a Streamlabs bot or something, because if I want to go to another bot, then I lose all that. Like all that data is gone. It vendor locks you. Like if you use Google specific APIs, you're locked in. Yeah, CHX, I'd be down to do a kata. Let me just go ahead and npm run build while you suggest a kata for me to run, unless you didn't have a kata and you just wanted any kata. But if you did have one, feel free to drop it in chat and I'll give it a shot. While I see if this particular code I wrote set counter satisfaction. We'll find out. Work. Hey, CHX, I see that. I will give it a shot in a moment. Well, that would help. Okay, yeah, so that script don't work. Let's take a Codewars break. JavaScript from the inside map. Oh, we're hitting us with a 6 Caillou, huh, folks? Interesting gotchas about JS. Okay, I'm glad you got through it though. Let's, go full prep on this one, folks. So let's see. We have implement our beloved array map function from scratch. It has to be inside the array's prototype. Moving on, the defaults will be banned, so I have to create map from scratch. No, I know it's no stretch, CHX. I enjoy this. Okay, it's a function, blah, blah, blah. What's this? Should take into account that an array are entirely different. Content they possess are taken into account. Oh, that sounds horrible. Let's go for it. This is gonna be good. The code goes here. Oh, they gave us nothing. Okay, let's figure this out. Look at the test cases. Dot map. So they literally want us to extend the prototype. Okay, so I'll try to prep through this. I'm not good at prepping these non-input output ones. Prototype of array this. I have access to this. Yeah. And I think the gotcha that you got and the gotcha that's gonna get me is the fact like empty elements when length exists or whatever. So it's gonna be fun. I'm just gonna go for it because I'm not seeing a prep way of doing this. So array.prototype.map equals function. Callback function. Yeah, Bombaloni. That sounds horrible. Let's do it. So first, just to validate sanity. I love starting me off with console log. Cannot read map of undefined. Great, I'm already off to a great start. Prototype. Prototype. There we go. So, first step, don't misspell prototype. There we go. That's first step. Second one, we see functions. So the naive implementation, which I know isn't going to work, is creating an array. So I can prep this. I'll pseudocode this part at least. I can at least do that. Create array of results for thing in this array. Push to results. The result of calling callback function with current item index and this, and binding this to this. I understand that. Yeah, Bombaloni. This is a 6 Caillou, so I wouldn't be unexpected off that one. Return results. So I know this ain't gonna be fully right, but because they're the empty things or whatever. Results equals empty array for let I equals 0, I less than this dot length because we're inside an array. I plus plus. Results dot push. Here comes callback function. Callback function dot bind this. And then we call it with our first argument this I, then this, and then hey, that sounds good to me, CHX. Well, I'll try to get through this one and figure out the explanation at the end too. Okay, let's see if we can get through the easy test. Okay, looks like this was not the context expected. 579 instead got 246. Okay, what should this be? Oh, this shouldn't be that. It should be this I. There you go. So I just failed on that. Okay, let's see what the context tests are. Should not modify. Should properly. No. Callbacks array. Handle context. Okay. So return item plus this index. This. Isn't this supposed to be the current item we're going over? Hey, DN Bull. Yeah, we're doing a map code wars. Maybe it is supposed to be that way. This item and this an index. Okay, interesting. Expected 576, got 246. Okay, so if I 1, 2, 3 item plus index, so it's supposed to be 246. So it's a doubling algorithm. I get that one. Yeah, I see CHX. We'll figure this one out. Let's see. 579. So I thought that's how the map worked. Maybe my Anki has failed me. How does map work again? Oh wait, can you? No, that's not how. I'm trying to think off memory. Okay, yep. So where's my this arg? Yeah, so that's the second thing you pass to map. Oh, this arg, yeah. This arg. So it's gonna be either this arg or this, right? Okay, good. So, I'll explain it once I get to the end. How do the empty things? You can use arg. Mobile delay. Oh, that's good, DN Bull. Yeah, I figured it out because I recognized it, but I was like, because I don't use this. Like, I never pass a this argument to anything, any of the functionals. I'm like, I don't actually remember, so gotta figure it out. I mean, yeah, CHX, they are supposed to be more difficult. Like, I think that's what Leon says. Once you can do 6 and 5s reliably, you can, like, you're ready for most interviews, I believe. Non-Fang, that is. But yeah, like Gamble says, it does get better with time. They can almost be easier sometimes because they're not like, with some gotchas or whatever. Yeah, they are. Okay, so a new array, expected, undefined, undefined. So this is because I don't really... I'm sure you'll still get it at DN Bull. So let's log this. 2 empty items. So I have to go look at the constructor because I don't remember how the empty items work. Yeah, so when I give it a length, empty slots. Okay, explain to me the empty slots, MDN. Tell me. Oh, if I have to look at the language specification, I ain't gonna be happy. Not slots of actual undefined. Okay. Sorry for the white mode, folks. Also creates... Interesting. It's not really telling me much. So I could... So let's just console log the 0th of this. I'm trying to figure out what this is. So it is undefined, but that's because it's evaluating 2 undefined. Empty items. No, so inspected, undefined, undefined, 1. Right. Okay. I gotta figure this out because you got me on this one. I'm not familiar with exactly what these empty items are. JS. Great. So we're Googling it live. What are... No, I don't want that. What are empty items? Yeah, unfortunately, something happened. You see, Dan Bull, you can check there, but yeah, thankfully everything's okay. It's all good. Just moving class to Thursday. But yeah, I would have. Usually I raid the person that's on before, so like at the 30 mark, I would have. But yeah, I was gonna raid Leon, but yeah, could have been worse. But thankfully, thankfully it was just seems to be minor. Okay, what is this thing? Ooh, it's dot length. I have to look at length. Yeah, I know, Dean Bull. I was ready. It happens, CHX, yeah. Aha, okay. I don't know how this works, but I'm abusing it. I'm using object keys. Haha. No, wait, I can use a different thing. For const key in this law key. Aha, I've beat the system. I don't know how it works, but I am beating the system. And then I use index. Not this I. Well, I can just use the letter I at this point. Hey, Robodom, how's it going? How's it going? It's going good for me. Doing a little interesting Code Wars. Yeah, everything seems to be going well today. Back to 357. Gotta turn that into a number, maybe. Oh, this is disgusting. Why is this angry? Yeah, coding lessons going well. We were able to get through our showing off how to use these GitHub snakes and contributions with GitHub Actions earlier today. I'm doing a little Code Wars scripting, automating votes and stuff. And now we're doing an actual Code Wars that relies on you knowing intricacies of how empty items and arrays work. I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. It was a good one suggested by CHX here. So this plus I, is that what it wants? Okay, so I'm confused about why this thing is angry. Hey, glad to hear it, Robodom. Glad to hear it. Expected one, got one. This arc. So I'm seeing a numerical thing going on here. Is that what's up? No, that's wrong. Okay, I have to go look. I gotta look at the docs. Have you ever used React hook forms before? Hey, yeah, CHX. I'm glad to give it a try. So, are you talking about React hooks form? Because I know there's a library called this, right? Literally React hooked form. I have not used it directly. One of my students was using it, so I guess I used it through them as proxy. But yeah, besides that, I touched it once, and if I haven't built enough forms or big enough forms to use it. But I mean, I'm aware of its functionality and what it does, and like the basics. Like it's got some built-in validation, I believe. Oh, I don't really remember. Oh, the date picker. Ha! Good luck. Have fun with that. I'm sorry. I've yet to find a good date picker solution that's like, just put it in native already, please. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a custom input at that point. Lovely DN Bull. Okay, let me go look at this example now. New array constructor. Oh no, looks like your map doesn't work. Oh, so we're supposed to return no, wait, array of 2 should return the new items. Oh, okay, I'm starting to see this. So I need to old loop and I need to new loop. Yeah, RoboDom, hey, feel free. This is it's a toughy one, that's for sure. So I think I need to do this. Let I equal 0. I less than this dot length I plus plus, and then I need to use, so I need to check if I, so I and this, we do this, otherwise what are we pushing? We're pushing nothing, right? Oh yeah, I mean, if you're getting started in Codewars itself, yeah, don't try on this. This is a bad beginner Codewars on. But yeah, you can definitely do some 8 Cailloux. There are whole tutorial sets too. For sure. What is this? Okay, I think I kind of did what you did, CHX. I got it working, but I don't understand why. Let's put this in a variable at least so it's readable. This is something that like definitely needs to go in my Anki. The weird thing is it needs to go in my Anki after I understand it. So I'm gonna pull a pro strat here. Turn that off. Let's see. Yeah, if it works, only God knows. I mean, it passes the test, right? So I can explain what I've done so far. Now, I don't know why, but I know what I've done. So I'm looping through all the numbers from 0 to length, and I'm saying, hey, is this index actually in the array? AKA, does a value exist for this index? If it does, then call the callback function with the this argument, either using the parameter of this argument or the current this argument, passing it the current value, the current index, forced to a number. No, hold on. We don't need this, do we? Yeah, we don't need to force it to a number because it's already a number. Lovely. So passing the current item, the current index, the current array. If this index is not in the array, aka the value, it's a sparse array or whatever it's called, use the value of undefined instead. Now, saying this out loud, I can already see a better solution for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the sparses from the because it's basically if the key exists. So if I don't add it, aka I delete them after, I can do that. I don't know, I'm kind of just stream of thought. Sparse indexes equals right here, right? So, and it's kind of if not I in this. Yeah, I guess it is the original. I don't know. I'll check yours in the Discord on the other screen in a sec after I try this even better. But yeah, I'll give this a shot. First index is push I, and then I'm just gonna call it no matter what. YOLO, you get the call. And then what we do is for cost I of sparse indexes, we delete results I. Now I don't know if this is going to work or not. Okay, this does work. So the first approach was adding either undefined or I, but this one, this is keeping the sparsity of the array, which I guess is more memory efficient. I don't know if it actually breaks the array though, so let's figure it out. Sometimes RoboDom, it depends if you get which Caillou you get to. If you're at 8 Caillou, 7 Caillou, I'd say no algorithm problems. Even 6, maybe no algorithms. 5 and lower, you're going to get algorithms sometimes. Or you're going to get solutions in which you can solve it brute force, but you can't pass the final test, which has a certain amount of second timeout, unless you implement it in the good way. So yeah, up to 8, 7, maybe 6, no algos. But you don't have to use the algo way. You can do it, just you don't have to. Fancy map. if I use fancy map.bind this new array of 5 things, then I just say whatever, and then I don't know, I just want this constant new thing equals, and I call it new thing. There we go, 5 empty slots. Hey, I kept all the empty slots, and if I push, hey, this is what I wanted. I preserved the sparsity of the array. So if I go the other way, using the magic ternary, let's copy this, fast forward again. Yeah, the algos, I mean, you know, usually it's leak code for the super algo ones. We've all heard of that. But yeah, Codewars is a little less algo inspired. It's more language specifics, like how do you do this in this language. Yeah, that too. I guess that's another way to say it. It's leak code for babies. More things. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so hopefully I was able to explain that difference better. So we can see when I don't delete them, aka I just push this or undefined, I get an array of 5 undefined values. This is more memory expensive than the sparse array, which contains none of the undefined values. So yeah, I'm proud of this solution. I don't know. I still don't understand. Maybe this is all there is to understand about it, and I'm just dissatisfied with the answer. But either way, this is the answer I came up with, and it works. Yeah, Dan Bull, I feel that. It's less enjoyable experience, for sure. Now I'll go ahead and chop this solution, and I'll go peeking along. Let me see there. Try to jump on that one. Let's look there. Oh yeah, okay, I'm looking at your solution now, CHX. It is kind of like, yeah, you did call instead of, whatever. And yeah, oh, you create a new array of it and you did assignment. You know what, CHX? Yours is better than mine, because you don't delete after you add, or whatever I did. Yeah, I see that one. I can see why yours is a little bit better there. Let's see the fancy ones. So a slice of this and for each assignment. Okay, so basically what you did, just different way, syntax. Yeah. Okay, my goodness. Yeah, this is definitely a good one though. See, sorry, Goldfish is here. CHX, thanks for suggesting it. It's a real good one. JavaScript from the inside. It looks like a series to me. We're not doing another one. Yeah, I mean, if you want, I can, sorry. If you're fine, I can drag yours on screen and kind of try to explain it line by line. If you're fine for me showing it on screen. Or I could just explain it from the comment. So basically, first you create a sparse array of that length. So remember, arrays, they're squares and they can have values in the slots, which is like, here's a slot, here's a slot, here's a slot, and here's a slot. And they can have values. If they have undefined, it's basically a value at that thing. Okay, sure thing, thanks. I just wanted to make sure you were cool with me showing it on screen. So let's drop this up here, tell it to be JavaScript. Here it is. So there's a difference between creating an array of like this, where we're saying there are so many undefined elements. Let's get Quokka up on here. War.js. Where is my Quokka? And yeah, this is I wouldn't be embarrassed either. This is a very JavaScript engine-y answer. So console log, so we have, so when you see when we create, nope, that's not how you do that. you see we have all these elements in here, and if you look at them, you can see that, let's make the example array. Example equals an array of just nothing's in it. Log ex. And then if we ex index 0, for example, we can see it evaluates to undefined, but we can see that 0 is not actually in ex. This is different from creating an array of undefineds, which is like this. Now both of them have a length of how many slots there are, but the difference is their values in the slots. So ex2. There you go. So you see how this one has nothing in them, so they're not even there. So it's like saying there's a parking spot, and then is there a car in here or not? There's no parking spot. They didn't even make a parking spot. There is no parking spot at all. There's nowhere for it to be. There is no key in the array object. So I think another way to do this is, or another way to show this, console log object.entries ex. There we go. So this shows all the key values. Yeah, Robodon, it's a lot of undefined. There we go. This is good. Life is undefined. We're trying. Okay, let's. We'll try to give it some value. Don't worry. But you see here when I say object entries, so I'm asking this object, which is an array, but all arrays are objects. Give me your keys and your values, and it's saying I got no keys, I got no values. But when I create an array of undefined, and I say give me your keys and give me your values, I have a key of 0, value of undefined, so it has them all, it has the slots there. That's right, it does still have the slot. I mean, it did a little Robodom. We are beyond definition. I mean, yeah. So yeah, they both have a length. So you can see both have a length of 4. It's just, so the sparse array, so the reason it exists is you see all these keys, they're taking up memory right now. They're taking up a lot of, I mean, they're taking up a lot of memory, they're just taking up memory. But here, if you have a value, and essentially you just want to track the positions of things. So you want to track that the 115th thing exists. So you can say like ex, I'm not using 115, equals true. That's not how we do it, but I'll get there in a moment. You see that just the 2 slot is created. We don't need all the other slots. This scales more when it's an array of billions. It's like we have all these empty slots here, but we're only actually in memory using 2 instead of the alternative, which is having 1,000 undefined or 1,000 booleans. This is the advantage of this is called a sparse array. It's an array where it has a length and it has slots, but those slots are taking up 0 memory. That's the advantage and why you'd use it. As you can see in your code of how we use it, 1, 2, 3. I'll just use one of their. I don't have one of them. Map a plus a. Watch me console log this real good. Apparently Quokka is not having a good time. There it is. Quokka figured it out. Yeah, an array of billions. I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic or whatever. I'm being exaggeratory so that way the performance would scale. But DN Bull, I mean, you probably know this. I don't need to tell you, but others out there, there is a LeetCode question or an interview question. I don't know if it's in the bank, in which they will ask you to sort 1 billion integers. And they'll ask you to do it in an efficient way. And then they'll ask you, okay, you can sort in 1 billion integers. They're saved in a text file. You can only store, let's say, 100,000 integers in memory at once. Do it. That is, the answer to that, I believe, is file-based merge sort, which is reading to files, writing to files, sorting, and then reading. It's an iffy one, but it's very much a, so, billions, it's not a realistic, but it can come up in them Fang interviews, I say. Yeah, this is a classic one, ain't it, Pink Star? Yeah, so we're using the fancy map. So yeah, we're checking if... Sorry the explanation, got a little lost there. So first we're creating a new sparse array. So let's look at our sparse array. It is very sparse. Quokka is just like hanging on by a thread, doing result push instead of result I. That's right. So you're right. When you do result push, because remember, you're still creating an array of this length. You're just okay. That 1,000 is being a not cool performance. So when you create an array, say of 3 long, you're pushing to 4, 5, and 6 when you did push. When you're doing this, you're creating a sparse array, that many items. And you're saying, hey, if there's a value and a slot here, you would set that thing to the result of calling it. So yeah, basically what you said, but you're adding extra to the end instead of creating empty. So like if you did it this way instead, actually, I mean, you did it the right way. I'm trying to explain that. So I int this is basically saying if there's an actual slot and a value for this index in the array, which isn't true when it's a sparse array. Come on, let me move over. That's good to know, Deumble. So we can see all these arrays are in here. But if we drop out 2, then what we can see is 0 true. Oh, we see the console being just like totally wilding out. What are you doing, Quokka? Quokka, what have you done? Quokka. I guess I gotta Quokka stop. Quokka start. Console log my results in a fashionably order. There we go. So we can see that 0 has a value in the array. There's a slot, there's a parking slot, and there's a value. We can see 1 has no slot. It is sparse. It is non-existent. But then we can see 2, it does have a slot. So that's why it gets mapped over, and we get 2 empty slot 6. Because we start off with the same amount of empty slots as the length, but we only set the values for the ones that have values. I mean, the call and the bind, they're just different ways to call the same thing. So bind, so technically, call, you went with the better one, because a bind creates a function, and then I call the function. Call creates, and it doesn't even create, it just calls it specifically, so you went with the better one. But yeah, if you do the result like what you mentioned, with instead of a new sparse array of that length, by creating a new array of just that length and pushing always, I'll try to go to an approximation of what your code was, which is what my code was. Result push it real good, push. We watch Quokka fail. We can just console log. We can see that the thing, it got ran for the ith one, and yeah, instead of push. And even if you were to do it this way, so continue to use the if here, which is something you may have done. So else result push undefined. We don't have an empty slot. We have undefined now. So it's still not what we want. Like I said, the way you did it was good, but if you do it this way, you're trying to just push undefined or push CB, and that's where things start going wrong. And I didn't push. There we go. Okay, I think I got that one right. There we go. So I know it's a little bit hard to understand. Well, why is this angry? Why are you angry, code? Well, it was working. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense, but like I said, it's a very engine advanced concept that unless you're working with sparse arrays or you're creating new arrays with this syntax or you're mapping over sparse arrays, you don't, at least I personally. That's right, CHX, because that's the way that works. Let me show you how that works. There's a difference. I know, Jim, I know. We on a good one, though, Jim. Thanks for the heads up. So the way that's happening there is because any key that don't exist, so console log a new object key with a value, you get undefined for a variety of reasons. You can get undefined when it's actually undefined. So if I access another, I get undefined. Well, if I access another, I get undefined. But if I access a key that literally don't exist, I still get undefined. That's the thing that was confusing you, it seems. Because it also resolves to undefined, but it's not. It's undefined because it is not defined versus it's undefined because its value was set to undefined. A very specific phrasing difference. But yeah, I can see why that's confusing for sure. Again, don't think you'll need to specifically use it or like know how to use it. Good for an interview question though, and obviously good for a little Code War honor. It's good to use, especially if you see that new array syntax around. Okay, now let's give this a run. I gotta go back to my env, update my passwords. And I will fix that timer in one lovely second. How much more? Another 15 minutes. Looks good to me. Oh, let it go negative, huh, Jim? That's a good one. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. Of course, CHX. Happy to go through it, and like you saw, I didn't know what I was doing when I went through it, so you just gave me a good topic to review that. I'm not adding it now, but when I get around to my Anki adding time of the day, card's gonna be the top of the list. CHX, appreciate it. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're going here. So if we do npm ts node, got all these different commands. But yeah, Jim, I'm definitely gonna let that one go negative. And yeah, I did think about the color, like the hues are technically just two different colors, so I could make it fully customizable, tones and stuff like that. Don't load faster, Code Wars. Okay, it clicked it. This is awkward. We're about to find out if it worked. Did I first chime it? I'll have to go to the solutions page to find out. First try! It automatically voted for it. Yeah! Okay, now let's polish this thing up. Okay, I mean, there's a lot I want this script to do, but for the purpose of the stream and all, I'll just make it simple. It's headless true, so we don't want to see the browser. That's what headless means. Headless means without a head, aka without a GUI. So I'm saying headless true, I'm saying don't show the browser. Yeah, Robodom Bombaloni. I was like, because remember I ran this code, well, a while ago, I ran this code locally and it didn't work, and I was like, might not work, but turns out it did, because these things work a little differently. This fully emulates a click, while my JavaScript in the console is kind of like emitting an event. It's very different. So yeah, right now it's just hard coding, setting every vote to 1. So I mean, let's not vote something, right? So let's click somewhat. Let's unvote that. This thing, well, it's already unvoted. Yes, that's what headless means. So the head, actually, let me I know what I use it for, but let's find a better term. Headless. Operate without a monitor, keyboard, and mouse. Okay, so that's the technical definition. I guess that's without a user interface? Or without any interface? Without an interface, I'd say. No, Jim, not at all. I mean, it's kind of just this is my process, this is my workflow. Maybe y'all can pick up information from it. So you're not being disruptive at all, Jim. I don't want you to think that at all. Not at all. I mean, it's somewhat pure tutoring. Like I said, it's mostly just, this is how I do it. Hopefully y'all can figure out the technical definition is wrong and overcomplicated, Dean Bull. No, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, just without an interface, I guess is the definition I'd go with. But yeah, Jim, not a distraction or a disruption at all. We try to have fun here. It's always good to do stuff. Oh, and hey, I appreciate your I appreciate your consideration. I do. And the delays, like if it seems like you're disrupting me, it's not because you're disrupting me. It's because it's the short stream I said I'd be doing has gone 4.5 hours. It's not short anymore, you know? So it's not you, it's me just being like, I had enough energy for up to Leon, and then I was like, I can do more. Yeah, CHX, like CHX is good, yeah. It's all about the process, not necessarily the destination. Whatever I'm trying to do, it's going to take as long as it's going to take, and it's going to turn to part 2 if it's going to turn to a part 2. That is why VODs exist. We all can just jump to whatever we need to. It was good joke, DM Bull. I guess. Really, DM Bull? Whew. Okay, my definition was going to be, hey, Lee, yeah. I mean, my short stream was going to be like 3 to 2 hours. But yeah, same here. No limit for me usually. It's when the content runs out, when I'm out of stuff to code, we done. I mean, yeah, I won't lie. I feel the streamer brain like kicking in, DM Bull. Past the 3-hour mark, it's like, these are thoughts. I'm thinking them. Where are the words? They're gone. But yeah, for those who, the thing works. It works, people. I just need to make it work better. So right now I'm launching a browser, and I'm closing the browser. It's very ugly. I mean, and we're gonna make it uglier. So let's drop this right here. So this kind of depends on what I want this thing to do at this point, because there are 2 things this thing does. It finds the ones that are missing, and it votes on them. So I'm gonna separate this into 2 scripts. Find on that just TS. So find unsatisfied katas. Wow, CHX, that 12-hour streams, huh? Yeah, there is no spoon for sure. There's no limit, no spoon. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit more. I mean, once you get in the flow state, it can go on for quite a while, CHX. Let's find list unsatisfied katas. Okay, folks, this is a fun poll. What do we call these? Do we call these votings? Do we call these ratings? What do we call these? Because internally they're called votes, but these are also called votes or whatever. So what do y'all call this satisfaction vote thing? Because I just need a word at this point. Yeah, I got that unfortunately too. Can't really sit still and focus. Ratings. Ratings it is. Find list unrated katas. Thank you, Bombaloni. Set kata ratings. There we go. So list unrated katas. That's gonna do this half of the job. Hey, Lee. Yeah, I can never wrong. Always good for rewatching. So we're gonna yoink this code over here. Let's see. So this is all the hoobla to get the stuff. There we go. Unrated katas. There we go. Oh, for sure. Yeah, like it's honestly like me timestamping the Learn with Leon videos is the only way I can pay attention, because I have to pay attention or else I have to rewatch the VOD later, which I do anyway, but it's the only way I'm actually paying attention to these. Put a little tab character there. We're being fancy format in here, folks. HTML. I can just yoink that in there, right? Yeah, I don't need that. Parse kata language info. If info vote is null. If kata vote continue, because we are not fan of pyramids around this part. So if info vote, basically if there's a vote, then we are going to continue again. Sorry, I gotta check something. I was like, something's not working. Yeah, for sure, Robodom. Not only is it, because I was going to do it anyway before I became the timestamper, I guess, by accident. Just because if I'm not keeping access to it, then it's not working. Then my brain's not keeping focus on it, you know? Yeah, Pink Star, it's a process. Like, I remember it was the very first one that I manually timestamped with a text file open, and I was like, this ain't it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we got this part, which is list unrated katas. This is the easy one. Easy! Well, we need a username, apparently. So, not that easy. Do we need a username? What's the username for? It's for getting upvotes. Do we need upvotes? We don't. So we can move it past. Oh, thanks, Robodom. I mean, I was just doing it for myself, so I was like, everyone else could use it too, you know? That's why the comments. I mean, I'm kind of glad I did it, because now I have a 100 hours project. Because I still don't have any other good 100 hours project, so I'm glad I went with the whole timestamping and really put time into it. Hey, because now I got a 100 hours project out of it. So if there's a vote, be gone. If there's still a vote, be gone. So this is a weird caching thing. That's why this does this. And this is copied code. It's not wet. It's copied. Yeah, I'm glad I can help. TS node source list unrated katas. It's thinking thoughts. That's a lot of thinking. We could add some progress indicators to this. Let's think of thoughts. Whoa, are all these unrated? Did I miss that many? Okay, well, that one's unrated. 100. Oh yeah, my 100 hours project. I'm not saying it's taken me 100 hours to do the time step. I'm saying my 100 hours project is going to be fleshing out my timestamping suite of tools, I guess, into a full stack web application, making it so anyone can timestamp anything without having to figure out how to install my user script. You can just input a YouTube video, boom, you see the timestamps, you can make your own, edit, modify, fork, full functionality, whole crud app, you know. Yeah, sounds good, Dion Bull. Yeah, I mean, that is the core of it, so not too surprising that takes some time. If info vault not equal null. I changed the conditional, and I was like, I don't need it. Would you say, Dion Bull, your 100 hours project was you beat me to it, RoboDom. It was undefined. Yes. There we go. Okay, so now this is our super sophisticated Kara Doohickey mobile npm run download solutions, because I think I broke that. So we're gonna add this as add Kara listing command. I have to update this on the readme too and all that. So let's, yay, updating docs, everyone's favorite thing. Download formatting. Yeah, here we go. Let's check out the bottom. It's a good place to go. List on katas as a kata pair maybe. No, I am not RoboDom. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of delay, so I don't know how quick, but it was as I was saying it that it popped up in chat. Oh, GraphQL. That is a technology stack and a half. I'll give it a shot if DMBull can't articulate it, but I gotta write me some documentation first. That's basically got it on the head, DMBull. it is. Let's add my command in here. List unrated kata. Oh, I can just make the username an argument. There we go. Well, hold on. So this is estimating honor and score based on, yeah, so the username is an argument because it doesn't need to be an environment variable. I'm trying to think. Yeah, DMBull. Or yeah, Jim. As rating kata. This is a good explanation. Exactly here, Jim. I've learned exactly what I needed to learn. Then I stopped learning. It's like, I don't need to know anymore. So let's add that environment variable for username. Well, actually, what is required of this? Let's read the thoughts. So let's see. Parse kata language info, fetch kata language info. Of that info, me. So we need the whole full authentication. We need everything. Yeah, you know, it's kind of a thing where you need it all, so. Yeah, it happens, DM. Wow, you knew none of this 5 months ago. Congrats. That is great progress. Okay, these three are already basically on there saying you need it to work. Boom. That's amazing documentation. Don't tell me otherwise. List unrated kata. Let's make me a lovely script. Lovely. And if we run npm run list on kata, that don't work. Npm run build, of course. Yeah, DM Bull. I mean, oof, man, that sucks. But I mean, at least for that one, it's like, it's not even really your fault at that point, you know? They're just naming them so close together. Can't truly be blamed for that. Why is it not working? Sorry, that's different comments. Like, why is it not working? Not you, me. List unrated katas. Oh, it's katas. Plural. Love of that. There we go. And we have a little script that lists unrated katas. Don't embarrass me. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so that's half of the script with documentation. Documentation-esque. Unrated lasting script. Who decided to do a dash versus not having a dash? I mean, oh, Jim, yeah, I've done it before. What is going on? Git log. Missing kata vote detection. Oh, yeah, so we're flipping that one off. That came out wrong. Add unrated kata listing script. Good. Kind of hard code. No need for that. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, let's move that. There we go. This one will need both. I can try console log page dot context cookies dot. I'm trying to do this one thing real quick, and then I will tell it to stop. Hammer time. Nope. TS nodes set kata ratings. What's in the source folder? Source set kata ratings. There we go. We're logging these cookies because, fun fact, Playwright can save and restore cookies. So I'm going to see if I can do that instead of... Basically, I will see if I can set the cookie. Oof, man, this is such a long information. And don't worry, y'all can't do anything with this. Let's remember user token, but yeah, I'm just going to leave it username and password. People can just shove that in their credentials. Lovely. Okay, so let's check this up at the top. We gotta have email and password. And then we gotta find const unrated katas. Lovely new array. And how will we do this? If this... Oh, yeah, so a little bit of wet code. Never hurt nobody. Oof, man, that don't sound fun, DM Bull. Yeah, for me, it was just like saving the cookies, because in my YouTube script, let's see if we have Learn with Leon. Remember, here we go. So on this script here, I'm doing the saving of cookies. This allows, not that button, not that pile, source, YouTube comments. So I update my YouTube comments with Playwright, and I'm able to use the previous cookies to log in to YouTube, because, fun fact, YouTube API don't allow you to update your own comment if it's written on someone else's video. Poof. Imagine that, right? Hey, of course, Jim. Yeah, thanks for coming on by and chatting, and hey, feel free to come by next time. It was great having you. Yeah, so basically what I do is I go to YouTube and I say, if the login button exists, then I have to log in. So I shove in my email, shove in my password, and then I save my cookies. this makes it so the next time I have to update the YouTube comments, I don't have to log in again. If the cookie is still valid, I just reload. How do I reload them? Context cookies? I do it somewhere. There it is. I add cookies from local storage. I know, RoboDom, I know. So like I spent a good hour getting the YouTube API working, figuring out what was wrong. And like I'm using the YouTube API, and it's like, what is it? YouTube comments VS Code update. Comments.update. So like the endpoint, it's right here. But you need to be the author of the video and the comment in order to use the YouTube API to update your comment. If it's your comment on someone else's video, it's literally unauthorized. And like I was like, oh, I just don't have enough scopes. So I added all the scopes. Where are the scopes? So like I added literally every scope the YouTube API gives you, and it still wasn't it. Eventually I figured it out, but at that point, I already integrated the YouTube API, so I was like, angrily, like, well, I need to use you. So YouTube API, all it does now is it goes through and it checks that the playwright script, because I'm using, look at this bad code, wait 5 seconds, wait another 5 seconds, wait 2.5 seconds. I'm using timeouts. Yeah, DM Bull. I mean, I'm literally working around the YouTube API I threw Playwright into it, to automate the editing and updating of my timestamp comments. So that's gonna be my story if anyone ever says use the YouTube API. Good luck. So yeah, I since I had it working, I was like, I will use you. I did not spend 2 hours getting you working just so not to use you. So all it does is it validates that the text from the API equals what I was trying to set it to. So I got to use it at the end. Whoop-de-doo, I guess. That was an experience. But yeah, I came here to show that Playwright can actually save and resume from previous cookies. So if you're automating this to go to a place that requires authentication, you can restore that authentication every time. The Google Book API to learn React Native. That doesn't sound too bad, but yeah. I mean, if it's anything like the YouTube API, I can see it. Like another thing, like if you try to get, like, I thought it'd be simple. I did not mean this to turn to an API rant, but so this will be the last part of it. I'll get back to what I'm supposed to do. So it's not too complicated. You as a user, I would like to get all the comments I as a user have made. Nope, you can't do that. So what I had to do was I had to hard code the IDs of all the comments I had and just iterate through that. The only other way I would have been able to basically get all the comments by me is to go to every video and iterate through all the comments. But it's like, no, I have a user ID. Give me their comments. Or even, like, give me their comments on a certain video. And it's like, don't think so. So yeah, what I did, and I'll show you. I can't show you on the VS Code, it's a different thing. Let's just, what is it, 05. No, it's over here, /05. I'll get there you go. So what I do now is I store my YouTube comment ID and with my links, because that's like the best way to get to it. Otherwise, I have to traverse all the comments on that video, and Leon gets a fair amount of comments, so it's like, that's a lot of queries for like a simple thing, so it's like, I'll just hard code it, just put it on my thing, so it'll always know where to go. But yeah, last rant, I promise. We're getting back to being productive now. What are we being productive? We are getting the info. We're checking if the info is null. Oh, we need that username. If it's in null, then I push this to unrated commas. Unrated commas, push kata. Yeah, and this could be a filter, but Oh, this can't be a filter. I'm using an await keyword. Huh. Good luck using a await and async with functional functions. I can and this. So if coda vote equals null and whatever the heck that is, I'm gonna make this the longest one-line statement we've ever seen. This one-liner is so long. VS Code's like, you don't want this to be a one-liner. I'm like, I do. How long is this one-liner? 146 characters long. 171 characters long. Hey, yeah, you go be productive, DN Bull. And yeah, I don't think I'll be around by then, but I'll probably, because this is the last thing I'm doing. But yeah, you have a good night too. Thanks for stopping on by. Well, I just wrote the longest line you've ever seen. Oh, I'm gonna make this line even worse. It's a one-liner over 3 lines. Okay, here comes the fun part. This is where we get the browser up. So we get the browser, we get the context, we get the page. There we go, here we go. So for const coda of unrated codas. And here's the magic. What are we voting? We're voting 1. Because we are hard coding this, and I will customize it later. Lovely. Headless. Let's headless false, because I'm paranoid. Let's do a little console login. Right here. There we go. Okay, this should be the thing. And what I want to do is go to a couple of my katas and unvote them, because we need test data. Let's find some more solutions. That one, that one. Let's unvote this one, this one. Firefox is like, too much. It's okay. Good old single page application. Unvote that one. We believe in you, Codewars.com. Yes, Robodom, these are all updated or uploaded to my GitHub right here. They've been since like the 2nd week of the cohort. So yeah, and I've got some usable guides, like if you just want to do certain things, you can like get my solution files, and then there's a couple like step-by-steps. Otherwise, if you've got the know-how, you can read through how each script works by itself and what each one needs. But yeah, this voting thing, yeah, get them green squares. Well, also this thing, I don't know if you were here for that, but it also does the backdating automatically. So because if you look on your solutions page, fun fact, it tells you exactly when you solved it. So that's when my formatter creates a new Git repository, adds the files, creates the commit when you solved it. So I don't need to do anything to get these green squares almost. I just got to actually do the code wars and let the script do the rest for me. Another unvote. Okay, so now that I've run that, npm list unrated katas. Yeah, Robodom. It's not for cheating, unfortunately, or like for faking. Yeah, it's helpful, yeah. So if like you want to say you were doing 1 a day, you can't do that. If you actually do them daily though, and you just forget to do the commits, this is more in line with that. Beginner series for cockroach. I think that's called GitHub Copilot, Pinkster. Oof, Bombaloni, that happens. Yeah, me neither, Robodom, me neither. npm run download solutions. So I was wondering, like, why aren't they all listed? It's because I literally did one while I was here. But yeah, I mean, if this works, we're gonna basically be finished with the auto voter, and eventually, like probably off stream, because this is I know this is short stream to y'all, but this is average long to me. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make this customizable, so you can kind of like a command line interface. You can choose what you voted for each kata instead of it just being always super satisfied. I can only imagine Bombaloni. Like I said, I showed up to Diabolical and then got to the Discord on the last day of Mega Summer Daily. Oh great, we have to wait for this download. Lovely. Well, let's update some documentation while we're here. Vote. Rate katas. Rate unrated commas. Rate katas. Yeah, Lee. Both are true to me, too. Just absolute maniacs. Programmatically. Yeah, gotta get that buzzword soup in here. You can programmatically. Now I'm just kind of writing for the future of what this will be able to do. Programmatically select your rating for each kata individually. Ooh la la. Did you hear that, HR? Look at all them buzzwords. Okay, or recruiter rather, yeah. Rate katas. That's a great script name. Rating all the katas you select. Again, this ain't doing this right now. It's just rating them all unrated, but for now, it will in the future at some time. Let's update package JSON. JSON Derolu. Oh no, I did not mean to click that button. Oh, yeah, I can imagine Bombaloni. Okay, I think the downloading finished at some point. So now we can run npm run build npm run list unrated katas as normal users would. Of course, gotta spell things right. Gotta spell things really good. VS, look at VS Code over there. VS Code don't know what's going on. Polar VS Code. Yeah, so we got number 4, number 5, number 3. Interesting. That is interesting. Let's look at the logic that I wrote, because I know I've done something wrong. I think I've done something wrong. List unrated katas. If kata vote not equal null. There it be. Where's the other place I did that? Kata vote equals null. Wait a minute. So if the kata vote is null and the vote is still null after fetching it again, then we're good. Otherwise, if the vote wasn't null, then grab it, check if it wasn't. Okay, wow, I really spaghettied that one up, haven't I? That's okay. We just run it again and see what it looks like. And maybe I do have it right. So it's 1, 2, 3. List unrated katas. Interesting. I have less now. if it's not null, so 5 without, so cut into smaller parts. It's very unrated right now. Let's look in my pure output and see what is up with that. So what vote do we have here? We have a vote of 1. Well, that is old information. Aha! Oh, I see what's going on. Caching. I am over caching. Yeah, Bomboloni, I can only imagine the being able to see it all. Okay, let's think of this thought. Yeah, I can't imagine being like motherboard and stuff, like consistently and actually putting in quite a few katas a day. Whew. Not for me, that's for sure. What if I remove this entirely? Oh wait, if it's null, or this is null. Yeah, so what it's doing is it's using parsing, which, while good, basically if the vote is null or the new vote is null, so this will reduce the calling from there. Log the thing. Now, does fetch kata language info do caching? It does not. Well, that's a problem for future me. Future me be like, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? This might take a while. Yep, it's taken a while because it's literally looking through all of them. Okay, so unfortunately, now thankfully, probably not going to deal with weird caching issues. So I'm not going to have to worry about that because normal folks don't have caching issues. But there we go, we can see those. Now if we go to rate katas, it checks if the vote is null, and yeah, so this is the long one here. 1,000 katas, that's 1,000 requests. I mean, let's try it. npm run rate katas. Because I wrote in one to handle caching, like obey it, and the other one does not listen to caching. Why are we running so quick? Oh, I guess we found him. Boom, it rated both of them. So yeah, it's working. I just need to update this thing basically. Well, the lister should work. Because it only looks at ones that are initially null, then it ignores them. There we go, there we go. Where do I call this? Because this thing also needs to update the cache. I'm calling it somewhere. There we go. Let's copy that. I was wondering why I had this line of code way in the beginning. Like, why would I need that? I need that for right now. Const HTML equals HTML. Also need that apparently. HTML goes there. Do whatever it is you need to do. Let's write it now. Kata dot and kata dot solutions 0 dot. Lovely. That part is good. So caching is fixed for that part. npm run build. Now we do the listing. It's going to take a moment for the first, but for the second, we zoom in. There we go. Now this is where things starts happening. We have to tell it to ignore cache. Okay, let's update the documentation, because I'm not going to update the code. So it's going to be like a user error. Thinking thoughts. You want to I don't know how these hyperlinks work. We'll find out. Without caching. With caching disabled. There we go. A little disclaimer. Gotta love it. VS Code's still freaking out. That's okay. Oh, thanks, Bombaloni. That is kind of the entire purpose. Not necessarily show a solution, but show the process and see the steps that I attempt to get to a solution. Because it's easy to be like, this is the solution, but it's like, how did you get there? It's like, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about it. Is it underscore? Huh, interesting. GitHub hub link to heading anchor. Yeah, dumpster dev. Maybe articulating in a perfect explanation in one sentence, sure, but I'm not good at that either. That's why it's more of stream of conscious, which is what streaming is very much set up for, I suppose. Capitalization matters. Section with hyphens. Hyphens. Well, if you say so, it's not working, but... Oh, is it a triple hash? Yeah, Robodom for sure. Giving me all that, because we're literally going into the banky, where you have to practice talking out your solutions to your interviewer, and like, this is how I do this, X, Y, and Z, and it's like, I'm like a whole, a month maybe ahead of the curve on that. I say as I into this sentence, vocalizing, there you go, vocalizing my thought process, and why did you do it this way? Well, I'll tell you. Well, that's the wrong way to do it. Well, you didn't ask me the right way. Yeah, Bombaloni. No. Even on the super basic, Leon said that they even prepped for FizzBuzz of all things. We're prepping everything, and sometimes when it gets that simple, I prep on my, whatchamacallit, out. And you saw me prepping this thing, too. List unrated katas. That looks good enough to me. Yeah, I know it takes a lot more time, but the benefit, maybe not necessarily on the coding, because what's 1 + 1? It's 2. But the benefit is for the, whatchamacallit, the verbalization of it, the practice of that, basically. Which you can get with your Banky or your Anki, but yeah, as long as you get it somewhere, right? There we go. So I update that thing, and I just say, just do the flag. Now where's my double hyphen cache? And let's see. We just want to make an argument. Cost disable cache equals process rv find or includes no find disable cache. We don't want to find. We want to find an arg that starts with. Well, actually, we just want to see if it includes. If not disable cache, and we listen to the cache, so if cache is enabled and the vote's null, then we'll look at it. Otherwise, we disable the cache and look through it. Yeah, dumpster dev. I mean, I started off on Discord, so you don't have to go straight to Twitch and all that. But yeah, just jumping on the Discord channels, going through a Codewars or two or stuff like that. It's good practice. I need some progress indicators on this thing. So I need an I and an entries. Well, that was a good attempt, VS Code. So where is my process? Because, like, I don't remember this. I'm going to copy it from where I've done it before. I've done it somewhere around here. That looks right. Is it possible to grab the instructions to a kata and stuff it in the comments of a JS file? Yes, it is completely possible to do that. Currently, I am stuffing them into readmes. So I get the markdown instructions, which is all of this for like this particular one, and I shove it in the readme. But yeah, it's also possible to put it in the JS file. So like here's a JS file solution. We have a number of places we can put it. We can put it up on here, A. We can put it after the solution but before the test code. Or we can put it at the very bottom. This is if you choose test to include test code. You don't have to. See, so like Bomboloni, if you were to have the instructions of the kata be put in the solution code, would you have it A before your code, B after your code, or I guess that's really the only answer, or C at the very bottom of the file. But yeah, it's definitely possible to do that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a little bit raw because it's just going to be their markdown, so. But it'll definitely might help a bit. Yeah, that's what happens, dumpster dev. It's, I mean, it's very much, what you call it, social thing. It's a lot more social than it is just coding. Like, I got nothing done, unfortunately. Like, whenever I jump on there, I get maybe one or two things, and then it's like, well, I'm just chatting now, which is fun, but I like to get something done. And it's hard for me to talk and walk, or talk and socialize at the same time, or work and socialize at the same time. The total, which is katas.length. There we go. Yeah, dumpster. I mean, I still jump in there time to time, but it's less of like obviously it is less because I'm doing the Twitch thing too. But it's because I know I'm gonna get 10 minutes of productivity, and then I'm gonna go chatting for a while, which is fun. But when you got stuff to do, you got stuff to do. npm build. There we go. There we go. npm run list unrated katas. Now this is gonna zoom real quick. Zooming. It zoomed so quick I didn't even see it. I don't think I did it. I don't think it did it. List unrated katas. Console log katas length. There are katas here. We should be seeing something. Oh, I know what happened. Console log new lines, cause yay. New line there, new line there. Lots of weird white spacing stuff whenever you're not adding new lines and using the return token, carriage return. That's what it's called. I know words. Now this should work. There you go, 79 to 99. Beautiful. Yeah, Bomboloni, that's what happens sometimes when your skill level you basically got there, and at that point you're practicing less of the code, more of the forcing yourself to slow down and think of a solution, which is something that still needs practicing. Okay, I think this is good. So now if we run this with -, disable cache. And this is the long one, folks. So this is only long for those folks who have 1,000 katas and stuff. But this is the long one, so... So what I'll be doing is essentially, we'll be taking our break now. And after the break, I'm gonna finish up. It can be fun, Bombaloni. It can be a time sink, but it's like that XKCD comic. If your process is taking enough manual time and it's automatable, then you can go for it. Hey, Bombaloni, yeah, I mean, you can pick some stuff up, that's for sure, that's for sure. I mean, JavaScript's not necessarily the, maybe the scripting language of choice for automating. Python, I guess, is more popular, but once you learn JavaScript, you can do it in any language, technically, so... And since we're learning JavaScript, probably the best to keep it in JavaScript. Yeah, just do it all. What's this thing? Oh, there it is. There it be. Rate katas. Oh, don't need that function anymore. Chomp chomp. Hey, I appreciate it, Bombaloni. Don't we worry about it. Like I said, this this is supposed to be a short stream, so had I kept my word, you would have caught the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, it's nearing the end anyway. Probably one more Doro session. Mainly, we're just waiting for this thing to go, which I can just do some math. You know what? We're not waiting for this thing to go. We assume it wants to work. We assume it works. Yeah, I mean, shell scripting, it's an entirely different piece there, Bombaloni, but I guess it's powerful when you don't need to install Node.js or Python to be able to do stuff, but still, I think it's worth it just to have some extra dependencies, save yourself the time. Add kata rating script, there we go. Okay, let's get LG. So yeah, we've added a lovely 1, 2, and 3 commits on this branch. Oh, I'm gonna do something crazy. Huh. Well, let's see which commits which katas I've uncommitted, just my personal record. I mean, yeah, go for it, Bombaloni. Probably just a little bit rusty in that case. I've seen some crazy stuff that can be done with Bash. I mean, technically, I'm also using scripts that are Bash scripts to do my crazy stuff. Not this project, but in other projects. I just didn't write the Bash scripts, so I'm just like, thanks, I'll use that now. Okay, yeah, so I'm just waiting. I'm looking at these commits like, yeah, we're waiting for these things to get updated. Code. Okay, yeah, so this is basically done. I'm not gonna force us all to stare at this thing. So, yeah, we've got this working. Get push, well, actually, get checkout, main, get merge. What's it called? Manually vote. Oh, no. This is disgusting. I don't want to do that. Get status. Get LG. Oh, I've broken it now. Yeah, it is fun to do some terminal stuff. What have I done? Oh, I'm doing a merge commit apparently. Git lg. Okay, so I've... Why is it... Oh, because I modified the env file. Okay, so let's git reset hard head -1 git lg all. There we go. So if we git checkout manually vote, let's try to git merge manually vote only ff. What's the command? Yeah, I might go fix it later for rebase, but ff only. I had it wrong. Wrong way around. ff only. Not possible. Disappointing, Git. You can't do it? Can't you do it? Because I modified the env file, isn't it? Merge branch. That's a great enough name. I don't care at this point. Git lg. So I don't have the command on my shell, which is why we won't be running it. Oh no. Cannot read null text content. That's okay. So, oof, this is bad. Line 36 of dist. Ouch. Big yikes. Parse HTML. So the fetching obviously failed. Huh. Beginner series cockroach. Look at this one. Look at my solutions. I could have swore the automated thing hit this one. Apparently not. Cannot read properties of null reading text content. So it's 139. Nope, and that is of the helpers file, which is in the dist folder. Test code. Cannot find fixture panel code. Well, the great thing is that it did it right to it first or after. Which is line 36. Not that one. This is what we get when we're dealing with transpiled code here. So parse... No, wait a minute. What the... I'm not running rate katas, I'm running list katas. Yeah. List unrated katas. Line 36. Find it for me. Okay, great. It was already written. Well, how do I figure out which one it was? So I can look in the cache. Look at the last modified file. This one. Hey. Oh, I can see it's 12 bytes long. Retry later. I have hit a rate limit. That is very cool. Did not know Codewars did that. So, I need to handle that. How do I handle that? This is how I handle that. From a fetch. So there was a response. It told me to wait. I just ignored it. Let's look at all my fetches. That's a lot of fetches. Still a lot of fetches. So this is the one hitting the loop. So I can check if text equals retry later, or I mean, I'll hit it again. I'll have to restart from the beginning though. Okay, I can just add a quick flag for me and me only. Retry later HTTP status code 301. Huh. Okay, I'm confused. So basically I'm hitting it too fast. I know this will work at least. I found the one. Go for it, playwright. Rate my kata. I don't know which one you rated because you literally didn't console log it. Oh, well, maybe they were none to rate. That's a good thing I should handle. If there aren't any, don't launch the browser. If you're done, you're done. Great. We'll also console log on this return. No unrated katas found. How polite. Rerun the build. npm run build. And the rate katas command. There it goes. We should get a lovely message. Beautiful. Now, how do we handle this rate limit error? I could just check the text. That would be an easy way to do that. Or I can try to be proper and check the status code. I'm not trying the status code. I'll do the text. So where's my fetch? Somewhere around here. Fetch kata language info. This is the one. Once we have the text, we can say then HTML if HTML.length equals goldfish memory. Don't remember exactly what it said, but if it's retry later, then new promise. Do I have a delay? I do not, so I won't write one. Delay resolve set timeout resolve. How long should we wait? I mean, I guess it's polite to wait 10 seconds. So after you wait the 10 seconds, what are you gonna do? You're going to call this again, fetch kata language info, all the same stuff, slug language, otherwise HTML. And it should be a string, poor TypeScript, don't know what's going on. Lovely auto format, makes it readable. Well, okay, we'll make it a little readable. I'll undo the rest of them because I don't want this to be a formatting commit. Okay, let's drop that back. No, we need all that. We need all these things. Think that's good enough. Okay, so let's... Now I have a command of which one it was. This is the one that it was. Copy. There we go. So, just to be a little janky, I'm going to skip all of them up until I hit that one. So, if kata.slug equals start equals true, start equals false, if not start, continue, and put that after the log. Let's put this as a let, there we go. This is just allowing me to manually resume up to that point because I'm not waiting all that time again. Run build, npm run, what's the command? List unrated, disable cache. Lovely. So now we're restarting at 30%. Looking up through... Oh, that's a big command. I think I lost my terminal history throughout this. I did. That's okay. Yeah, these are my latest ones, so it's going to take the whole time to get to them. Okay, so what have I made changes to? I have done that. Helpers. There we go. What did this do? Oh, I did a switch in. What did it do? Why is this line different? Got no idea what's different here. Oh wait, is it submitted? Oh, it's using tab characters. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I'm sorry, it's been weird with VS Code. Me and VS Code having a fight here, apparently. Sure thing. Let's see. Handle. I should also be console logging the response, but I can't find that at this point because it's already running, and I have no idea which ID I'm on. So we're just gonna keep running. Handle rate. Handle rate limit when listing unrated katas. That's manual. It's helpers updated. Oh, lovely. Okay, looking good. And this is where I will be starting that break at the end. Probably do one Code Wars just to end it off well. Catch y'all on the other side. Yeah, I gotta do the breaks. By the way, I didn't realize, but Mayan Wolf is doing an unscheduled stream. If you weren't in the chat. Hey, Frodo. Hey, thanks for coming on by. How has your day, evening been going? And yeah, Pink Star, maybe. I mean, my plan, I didn't even realize mine was going on. I mean, technically, I'm an hour late. Apparently, they went on at 7:30. Oops. But, yeah, I mean, the plan was to raid Melody, because they're going to be on, but... Yeah, I assume so, Frodo. Yeah, I mean, we'll see when we get there, but it looks like mine's doing, Banky and interview questions. But yeah, we'll be up to y'all when we get to the raid point. And thanks for stopping on by, Frodo. We're just doing a good old break. Oh, and we'll look at that. Mine Wolf did a shout out, so thanks for all the follows. Wow, okay, yeah, thank you. Potato, Ancient Trees, GZ, Adrian, Frodo. Thanks for all the follows, folks. Hey, there's also, they're not official stream team, but Melody, what is their name? MELODY Dev is also a unofficial, maybe soon official though, I don't know, streamer that we also got going along. So feel free to continue the follow. Go ahead and pass it on to them if you're already not. Hey, NerdKid72. Just keep the follow train going, folks. The bot worked, everyone. Look at that. It actually worked. Don't know why it does and doesn't sometimes. Hey, thanks for the follow. BW Dev. Yeah, I mean, basically it is, Frodo. It's 100 devs pub crawl. There's also a very own Leah, or it's a Lee. They're also doing the streaming too, yeah. Check them out. Oh, well, the bot says not working for some people. Really awkward. I'll figure it out eventually. Soon, TM. Yeah, we will. Looks like that is nearing the end of our glorious break. So the way it works, Leah, is that is a good guess actually, but it wasn't working for Melody before. Yeah, it's a buggy bot. So the way it works is it uses Twitch Tracker to find out the last VOD, and there's an error happening inside of it, but I have it in a way so if there's an error, it still works. I just don't know what the error is, so I'll check. I'll fix it probably by next time. But it's the buggy bots. You're right, Robodom. It's probably maybe the title. I mean, that one's got weird characters in that title, so your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, I know, Leah. It had worked for you before. Like, the last time I was streaming and you came by and such, I ran it, and it did work for you before. Like, this is the only stream that I've noticed it not working, so it ain't you, it's me. It's me and the bot having a discussion. Oh, yeah, you can add icons in VS Code. That is true, Pink Star. You can add all kinds. I think I'm just using the material theme myself. My sound repeats. That is not an intended effect. Are you seeing my voice is repeating? Or did you just hear that notification or that timer ending sound? The bada boom, bada boom. Oh, that is very interesting, Frodo. Yeah, that shouldn't be doing that. Your guess is good as mine. Yeah, I mean, like Pink Star said, try to refresh. That's my only advice, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, we'll do one Code War while the script runs, but yeah, after the script runs, I'll probably give the flag. Go ahead and give it your own shot. Next stream, I'll do debugging it if that script's on fire. Expected type decorator. Let's see what that means. Create a decorator. Oh, Python. Okay, I don't want to scare you all away with that. Keep it in the JavaScript club. Nah, Pink Star, I didn't invent the remix. Okay, look at these 6 Cailloux. Absolutely disgusting. Why do we want to do one of those? That don't look fun. Hope we don't want to see those either. Not trained on. Ooh, let's find all pairs. Okay, let's see what that one do be. Here we go. Count all pairs and return their count. Because there are 2 pairs, 2 and 5, 4 pairs, 2, 26, and 2. Oh, this one's fun. Okay. Yep. Tis better on the Apple Do. Or on the... Sorry, I gotta increase this font. Apple Do. Hey, glad to hear it, Frodo. So yeah, if you weren't here, obviously you weren't here. We started the stream off by getting this here, contribution graphs, automatically working. Went through GitHub actions, how to fix them, how to get them all working. Then we did some Codewars. Then I automated Codewars, so my little script here, it automatically votes for all the solutions you forgot to rate, giving you that free bit of honor. And now we are doing a closing Codewars while we're waiting for the script to hurry up and finish. What was that snaky guy? Hey, Frodo. Okay, so this is GitHub snakes. This is a image you can add to your... Oh, where is it? GitHub snake contribution. I didn't make it, by the way, if you're thinking that. I did not make it. It is an action that you can add to your, well, it's a thing you can add to your repositories. It goes to your little contribution graph and it eats it up. This person made it, and in the beginning of the stream, I went through from an empty repository how to use it, because this is a GitHub action, and we have not learned about the back end, much less continuous integration, continuous deployment, or GitHub actions. Yeah, it's pretty neat, Frodo. So it's a process to, like, if you know what GitHub actions are, you'll probably have no issue. Otherwise, it's a learning curve. The TLDR is we create a main.yml file in this GitHub workflows folder. You gotta set these things up so what folders it uses. You gotta make sure a setting is on so you can write to the repository. It's not horribly complicated, but if you don't know, you'll be completely lost. And then over here, it creates a separate branch. So it creates a branch called output, which contains the actual image assets. Like, here's the 3D ones. My browser's like, too much, stop it. Oh, this script is dead anyway. Oh, that's fine. So yeah, like, you can generate the graphs here, and then in the main README, we use a little markdown. Where is it? We have to open the markdown file. Then once you click the code thing to see what it looks like, we use this to basically link the images from the other branch to this branch as images. And yeah, that's how I got it working, and that's how you too can get it working. And the cool thing about this is that it's set up on a schedule so that every day at midnight it updates the image, so you don't need to manually update it or do anything. But yeah, GitHub Actions, super powerful, bit complicated though. Let's see why this thing is failing though before I jump into that Codewars. LMICTR. Yeah, like I said, it's a complicated. I mean, it's not simple. It's not complicated, but it's not simple. It kind of relies, like, all the instructions assume you know what GitHub Actions are, how to use them, and all that. Which is why I figured it'd be I could go through it and try to, from zero, show how it worked. And I did, even found out, like, oh, certain things were broken, needed to handle them specially. Now I get to run this command again, and now I'm just trying to get this command to work. 99, there we go, npm run rate katas. And this is a little script I wrote to automatically rate all the commas. Well, darn. Oh, because I'm skipping them, of course. Yeah, so this is what you get. The end of the stream. All the brain cells are gone. Oh, need to also put that back. npm run list, npm build. All these commands. List unrated. Nope, and leave the cache enabled. Because I saw a bunch of them. Well, before I... Ouch. Oh, because the right file... Huh. Well, I'll fix this tomorrow, or some other time. Let's do this actual Codewars. So, as usual, we are prepping. And by the way, the script does work for the rest of y'all. It's just for me, since I have 1,000. It's being weird. So, given an array of integers with some pairs. Count all pairs and return their count. Can be empty, or can be empty. Return 0 if empty. if there are more pairs, count each pair only once. So for 0, 0, 0, 0, there are 2 pairs of 0. Good. So yes, then it tells us our range is 1,000 numbers from 0 to 1,000. That's very nice of them. Get that information right up the front. What are we returning? The number of pairs. Examples: 2, 2, 20, 20, 6, 6, 2, 2 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and an extra 0. Got it. 1 pair of 1,000. Good. Okay, I'm seeing this. So the way I want to approach this pseudocode wise is essentially to create a mapping of what is it? I'm sorry, I'm thinking thoughts. Like basically an object to keep track of counts. Keep track of counts of each number. Return all counts divided by 2 and floored. So then we for num and array add to count of that num. Return all counts divided by 2 and floored that are greater than 0. I think that's the math. So const counts equals empty object for const num of array add to count of that num. So if not number num, if not num in counts num equals 0. So we initialize to 0. Otherwise we say counts num plus plus. We increment by 1. Now return object dot entries counts, then filter. We want to do a map first. Let's figure out the math. So if I say 0 divide 2, okay, that's not the one that ends the world. Dot map. What do we have? We have the num and we have the count. What do we want to do? We want to return the num, but return the count divided by 2 and math.floor. There we go. And okay, I got a little distracted in the pseudocode. My job is to return the number of counts. So I don't need entries, I need values. I don't care what the ones have pairs, I just want to count the pairs. So, well, that's not where I want it to be. Count. There you go. So this is math floor count divide 2, and then I want to filter booleans, basically any ones that have at least a count. I can say dot length here. I want to do it better though. No, object.value does not exist because the method name is object.values. Expected 3 to equal 4. Let's log the counts. So we have 2 20s, 2 6s, 4 2s. Now if we console log this half here, just to see what our generated counts were. Okay, our pair counts, it was 0, 2, 1, 1. It's not length, we need to sum all these numbers together. So we can reduce, essentially. Reduce, and this is our pair count. So it's pair count plus this number here. We don't need the length, we don't need the filter. We need to initialize with a 0 to provide an initial value to our reduce, because the array can be empty. Looking good. It's not the first try, but it was first attempted algorithm. So yeah, again, we are creating an object to keep track of all our counts. We're saying if the current number is not being counted, start it at 0 and then increment it every time. Then we're going through all the counts of our numbers and we are reducing it, so we are summing them together. Hey, Jeezy Andrian, yeah, glad you found me streaming too. Thanks for the follow a few minutes ago. how has your day, evening, or night been going? I'm over here just doing a Code Wars. Fortunately, it's the what's your typing speed? What you can log? Yeah, you can always log. Leon mentioned it in one of the things, but you can always log your data. It puts it straight into the console on the left. Well, sometimes it doesn't when you don't run it in full. But okay, this is awkward. Sometimes it hides your logs on successful ones, but on unsuccessful ones, it always console logs whatever it is you console log. So when you're successful, you don't see your logs, but when you fail, you then see your logs. And yeah, it's very useful. And if you want more logging, you can take this out, run it in your browser, or run it in VS Code. Oh, thank you, CHX. Okay, I did not realize that this was a collapsed thing. Yeah, so never mind. I was wrong. You can always see your logs. It's just sometimes collapsed by default, in which case you need to click on this text. It's not obvious that this is a button, but thanks to CHX, this is very much a button. You click on it and it expands to show everything that you were logging. Hey, good one, GZ. Yeah, that super review was quite a big one. Yeah, those are the weird ones, Lee. I haven't ran into those ones. I've always thought that it always hid your console logs unless you failed it. So maybe I did run into those weird ones. I just misunderstood the behavior of it. So who knows? But yeah, not first try. Yep, always into a code pen or into VS Code with Run.js or however you like to run your code usually. Your JavaScript only code usually. It's always a good approach. But yeah, let's see what the Code Warriors thought up for this particular kata. Okay, so this is a little different. It's a more memory efficient, I suppose. It's keeping track of all the ones that have a count of 1, and as soon as that thing has a count of 2, it removes it and adds it to our counts. So that's more performant, a little more manual. What do we got here? We got sorting. They sort first and check if it equals the last one, then move forward and count it. So this is less performant, better memory. This has best memory here. So you use the least amount of memory. You just spend more time with the actual sort. I mean, you don't need to create a new array, so still just memory. And yeah, this was a good one. I guess I need to keep these open for my personal usage because my script didn't find them. But yeah, and that, I do believe that is the end of this stream. I got quite a bit done. We got figured out the GitHub contributions, hopefully. If not, which is enough for you to bumble through it following on that. Got some Codewars automation done. Got the script improved for folks like Bombaloni, so you can just get the last end solutions. For those that want to manually vote their things, you can run a script to see all the ones you forgot to rate, that is. And if it works for you, the automatic rater also exists. Yes, thanks you, Lee. I'm very happy of my short 6-hour stream. I can't wait till I do a shorter one next time. Yeah, this was meant to be like 2 hours or maybe 3 tops, because it was like from 3 to 6 or 3 to 5:30, because usually, I don't know who it is, but usually someone starts streaming at 5 and then raids into Leon, so that's what I was gonna raid into them. Hey, I appreciate it, Lee. Glad it was enjoyable. Yeah, I'm glad you learned some too, Pink Star. Skins here checks. Now, this is kind of a community vote. Mayan Wolf is doing some talking about Banky and practice interview questions, while Melody Dev is doing some Code Wars. So, yeah, I think it was Rufio who was doing that. Yeah. Okay, makes sense why they weren't here though. With their, what was it, like they did the 12-hour, then they did a long stream. Okay, it makes sense why they weren't there. I don't know folks' schedules yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. Hey, it's a Thursday they do it. Guess as good as mine. But yeah, Melody or Mayan Wolf? It's up to y'all, folks. I mean, I see half of you in the other chats anyway, so you're already there. Let's see, what is Melody doing? Oof. Got hit with an ad. No. Yeah, I mean, if y'all wanna, it's basically the decision is between more Code Wars and more behavioral questions, depending on which one we want to raid. I think Melody's only got like less than Mayan, so we can go raid them if no one has any better. Yeah, so many decisions. I mean, you can just open the other stream while you're there, watch them both. I think I'll jump over to Melody though, cause yeah, down for whatever. Melody is good with me. Then feel free to open up Mind Wolf on the other tab. Then yeah, I know, Lee. I've seen. I'm jumping back on chat between the breaks to see like how's everyone doing. Obviously not well enough because I had my thing unclicked and missed the beginning. Yeah, that's why I was leaning that way too, Lee. Okay, let us start the raid. Melody's over there doing some Code Wars, so if you enjoyed this, you'll enjoy that. Otherwise, feel free to open up Mayan Wolf on your second tab or however to learn about some Banky and behavioral stuff. Hey, I'm glad I could do it. Hey, nice to meet you too, RoboDom. I mean, we've been in the same chat like a whole bunch of times, but I guess now it's nice to formally meet. Hey, look, the bot works again. Okay, I'm gonna just see. Well, no wonder that's not gonna work. I'm just seeing if it doesn't work on you specifically, Lee, or is it just a timing thing? Okay, you did. Congratulations, Lee. You broke the bot. I'll try to fix it. Hey, it's not you. No, the bot doesn't hate you. I'll fix it. No, the bot doesn't. Watch. Okay, I will be the bot. I have become bot. I am bot. I will be bot. I mean, it's typing under my account anyway. Bots are not my friends. Are we trying? I can be the bot. Hey. Oof, Firefox don't like you either. Well, Firefox don't like me. Come on. Hurry up. I couldn't get there in time. Okay. See you later, folks.